There are so many out-of-state roofing companies and roofing companies claiming to be locally owned, yet owned by out-of-state private equity firms.
Denver Roof Pros is the real deal. We are truly locally owned and operate right out of Denver.
We've been serving the Front Range and the Eastern Plains from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs for 10 years.
Choose local. Choose DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Colorado Summer's calling, and Siltahar Motors has the lineup to answer. During the Ford Summer Sales event, Bronco Sport, F-150, and Ranger are all on sale. 0% financing available, no payments for 90 days. Not ready for new? Siltahar's certified pre-owned vehicles are inspected, warranted, and backed by a 5-day exchange. Plus, get top value for your trade-in. Trails, towing, mountain roads, the vehicle that fits how Colorado lives. Family owned for 66 years, sthmotors.com or Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
training camp. Cease not a week from today, but 8 days from today. You and Josh Dover will be live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
Yeah,
get excited,
here we go,
man.
It's a yearly tradition. It's definitely a grind. You get to those, what do we have, like 14 days out there or something like that. So you get there, you get in the rhythm. Probably going to be pretty hot. Probably going to be some football out there. Everyone stay healthy and prepare for this team to make a run at the Super Bowl. But it's a yearly tradition. I don't know about you. You've been in this game a long time, but it's like I love the media barbecue. I love, seeing all my old friends that I haven't caught up with since mandatory minicamp or whatever. So it's that time. The thing I don't like, and I'll be gritchy, I'll be Polly Pissy Pants, like to start the show, and then definitely next week. That first 2 days before pads come on, and like national people are there, the part-timers are there. I don't want to be mean, but like the people that I don't normally see are all there, and everybody's there at once. So it's like, could you get what you need to get and then go on, please? Let us common Broncos reporters get into the rhythm here, and we'll be in the rhythm out there in a week, 8 days, and I'll get over my lack of parking spots and whatever situation we're going to have out there.
Yeah, it always is interesting how many folks flock those first couple of days, and you're right, there'll be...
And it's like a ghost town once it starts getting interesting when the pads come on.
There'll be, 70, 80 media members there.
Yeah.
And there'll be Tuesdays in November where there's 10 people there. So that's just the way it's going to work.
Yeah,
but
fine.
Excited to be back out there. And yes, fans, the first day is July 31st. Our rundown says we are 8 days away from Broncos camp. We are actually closer than 8 days away. I want to clarify that. The rookies are already there, and I guarantee you the Broncos will get this show on the road the middle of next week because the veterans have to report on the 28th, which is a Tuesday. Okay. Wouldn't shock me at all, Cease, if media members are down there Wednesday, Thursday. They usually do a day or two without the fans. But I do have to ask you, you're kind of grinchy, you said. Well, it was, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was 2 years ago.
Okay.
This time, you and Sean had your moment. Now, you and Sean have had a handful of moments, but
Yes,
your
we
most
have.
iconic moment,
Yes.
I believe, was 2 years ago at his first press conference of the year, the Lucas Kroll back and forth between you and Sean Payton.
Yes, when I had said, because at mandatory minicamp, and because he mentioned Quinn Miners and Pat Surtain, like, obviously Pat Surtain's the best player on your team, coach, but I had just said, and watching mandatory minicamp, and at the start of training camp, I was like, hey, Lucas Kroll's like the best player here, right? And he's like, best player or best tight end? And me being ornery, I was like, best player. Because during mandatory minicamp, Surtain wasn't doing anything.
Right.
It's mandatory minicamp. He's not doing anything. Quint Miners is not practicing. Lucas Kroll was.
He had stood out to you.
Yes, he had. And he stood out to everybody that was there for mandatory. And then that's when he rolled his eyes at me. And, it's a good back and forth. Our guys, Alex and Joe, they got it last year where he's like, these YouTube shows, these part-time guys or whatever, like he said. Like, okay, so who's next? It's been me. It's been Mace. Mace has gone a little crossways from coach as well. It's been Troy Rank.
Yeah.
I think
it's a badge of honor.
Yeah, ZB, our guy ZB's kind of had that little bit back and forth with Sean. So it's always kind of what mood is he in, which maybe isn't great to show up to work and be like, is he okay? Is he mad? Is he glad? What's going on here? So we're going to see and test where Sean Payton's mood at. And then who's the first person to get the ire drawn from Sean Payton?
Exactly, and we'll have to see, too. The Broncos, to be clear, have not announced this yet. But there are years, and you've done this a long time, like you said, I have as well. There are years where they trot up everyone.
Yeah.
And I would love next week at the quote-unquote media barbecue to hear from Greg Penner.
Yep.
Specifically on the stadium and where we're at on that. We're going to be joined by Mike Kliss a little later on in the show. I feel like everyone and their brother is releasing renderings. The Chiefs yesterday, their brand new stadium, the renderings come out. The Panthers today, some billion-dollar renovation out there in Carolina. Every day I'm refreshing the timeline. It's like renderings. We haven't had renderings yet for the Broncos. We've had an aerial map, sort of kind of laying out where everything would be in Burnham Yard, but we've not seen renderings. I filled in last week on the morning show. Mike Kliss said 70 to 75% chance Burnham Yard. It's like, oh, okay, that's not 99.
75%?
That's not 99.
Okay.
Is Lone Tree still the other 25? So I'm looking forward to Mike. But just to put a bow on this, what I'm getting at is that I would greatly appreciate if Greg Penner meets the media next week, if George Payton meets the media next week. To me, opening camp, the owner being available, the GM being available, and the head coach being available, that's who we want to hear from. Even when the team was in the trust. You remember Joe Ellis would come out and talk. John Elway, when he was the GM, would come out and talk. It just made it feel like a big deal. Your Lucas Kroll thing a couple years ago, we were in the dungeon. It was just Sean. He was in a hoodie. His hair was disheveled, and he did not seem to be in a good mood.
He was not in a good mood, no. That's the thing. We'll have to wait and see where Sean's at in terms of his mood, which is, I guess, kind of what you get with Sean Payton, right?
Yes.
Just see kind of where he's at, and then who do we get to talk to? I'm sure that if Greg does talk, he's going to be ready for all of these stadium questions because that's the main reason he would talk. And it's one of those things like, I don't know what you really have to say right now until they figure stuff out with, what is it, Denver Water, whoever's the holdup. Is the rubber company still a holdup? Like, whoever's holding this thing up, until we have an answer on that, we really can't have any renderings. I want to shovel in the ground.
I'm curious, does Greg chuck those people under the bus?
Yeah.
That's where I'm wondering. If Greg goes, I've done everything. I've done everything in my power. I've bought the land. I've approached the city. I'm trying to keep the Broncos in Denver. I mean, literally in the city of Denver. They're not leaving Colorado. You know, if they move anywhere, it'd be Lone Tree, airport, whatever. I wonder if Greg actually asks Broncos PR, hey, can I talk? Because I want to tell my side of this story.
Right.
That at this point, I'm upset with, I don't know, either private companies or public companies or politicians or whoever that is not letting this get across the finish line. It may be good for Greg Penner to meet the media to get his side of the story and his messaging out there of like, guys, my hands are tied. I'm trying to make this happen.
Right.
And there's people that I can't, I don't have enough money in the world to make them budge. Maybe this could get a little spicy, if you will, between Greg Penner, the owner of the Broncos, and some of those people that are maybe holding this up in Burnham Yard?
Well, I would say this. I would be careful on approaching like my hands are tied type stuff because you're the richest owner in all of sports. And we're talking about major like power moves. You know what I mean? So someone might feel powerful because I'm holding up Greg Penner. Like, stop. And it's one of those things like the price is going to go up when Walmart's bidding on your property,
Sure.
right? Price is going to go up. I get that. He gets that. So if I was Greg, and he's obviously thought about this, but I would be careful with they're tying my hands sort of talk. That's the reality of it, but you have to maintain kind of an element of control in this thing of like, we're moving along, we're approaching things. You've got probably people with their hands out. You've got things that need to be greased up a little bit. Like, it's a bunch of red tape. I can't imagine the hassle that goes into doing something like this. So Greg's going to have this thing on the right track. Obviously, it's not a fast track. And obviously, the 2031 deadline or whatever we were thinking about, and maybe we get a Super Bowl in 2030. Yeah, not until there's shovels in the ground. Until I see Greg and Carrie out there with shovels and a ribbon-cutting ceremony, I'm not really thinking 2031, 2032, nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm very curious, and it could be Greg, it could be George, it could just be Sean, but we will start hearing from
Probably
the Broncos.
Sean and George, if I were just to spitball
Yeah,
Sean and
but
George.
we didn't even get George a couple years ago.
We only
We
yeah.
got Sean.
Yeah,
We
well,
got
that
Sean.
was also in the dungeon and everything. And
Yeah.
now the new facility. Super excited to see it. You know what I mean?
Are you getting a tour of that bad boy? Have you heard anything on
I'll
that front?
probably be on air when the tour happens, but I'm sure our man Mace will be on the case to cover all of our bases.
I'll fill in for you because $180 million facility. I think you're going to want to be on the tour.
Yeah.
I want to be on the tour.
Yeah, you're going to want to tour that bad boy, and it's going to be great to see. And then we'll have a kind of a temporary place for the fans. I believe it's with coverage this year as well.
Shade.
So you'll
That's
have
going to
some
be
shade.
huge. Yep.
That'll be really big. And so the Broncos set you up right, man. A lot of teams charge to have you go into training camp. A lot of teams don't even have the open policy the way that the Broncos do. So it's always a great time because I remember the times in Greeley. I remember taking my boy when he was like 1 and 2 years old and cutting out of work early up in Arvada and like, I'm trying to hide from the boss so I could leave early and go to Broncos training camp in Greeley. So it's the best time. Listen, going to games is expensive. You get to take your family, if you've got those free tickets, to go get as close to the Broncos as you possibly can. And they usually put on a great show.
Yeah, it'll be awesome to see everyone out there for training camp next week. You're like Neo in the Matrix trying to sneak out, before you get spotted.
Yeah.
Or Peter in Office Space
I was
trying
gonna
to
say.
dodge Bill Lumberg.
You're right.
Bill Lumberg. All right, let's do Tribe Roll Call. Tell us where you are listening from, who you are, what the job you're on. We'll read some of those on the other side. Plus, can the Broncos do something they haven't done since Peyton Manning was running the offense? That's coming up next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball, look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
In Colorado, relationships matter. That's why contractors across the Front Range choose Western Pacific for doors and millwork. 35 years of quality products, next-day delivery, and fast will call service. Visit GoWestPack.com. Western Pacific, local ownership, professional expertise.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Be careful if you haven't filed taxes in a while. The IRS is going after non-filers like never before. Whether you have income taxes or payroll taxes that have not been filed, Advanced Tax Solutions can help you get back in the system and avoid trouble with the IRS before they show up or send you a scary letter. Call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They'll help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
It's Zach By here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a nice bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSealColorado.com fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal, comfort sealed.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can the Broncos do something they haven't done well since Peyton Manning was running the offense? We'll get into that in just a moment. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cease. Want to get to some of the Tribe roll call here. Roy from Sioux Falls chimes in. He says he's building a deck on my new house.
Nice.
Long enough for cornhole and getting ready for my next big tournament.
Nice. That's awesome.
I love that. Like, you're going to play cornhole on your deck? That'd be a big deck.
That's
for
a pretty
sure.
sizable deck.
Chris from Melbourne, Florida chimes in. He says he's doing pest control in the Florida heat. Tip of the cap to you, Chris. I cannot imagine that's a lot of fun, but good on you for going out and
Zigzag
doing
when them gators chase you, girl. That's how you get away from gator, right? Zigzag?
You zigzag, baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like when I'm running away in PUBG. Zigzag. You ain't going to get me.
We're getting some Grover love on the text line. Kevin chimes in from Grover, and he says he's hauling commodities from Phoenix, Arizona to Nepi, Utah.
Nice.
Love that. The long days of the truckers, I think we like having them along for the ride, and I think they like having us along for the ride.
Yes.
You know, we always say in this business, the average person listens, 20 minutes. They run around town, whatever. You're a trucker, man. You can listen all day, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and we encourage people to listen all day.
Hit the road, man.
Hit the road. And Mr. E is making deliveries in Wheat Ridge. I texted yesterday and offered to buy Kev a Santiago's burrito in exchange for an unfinished business shirt. Kev was hunting a burrito during that last commercial break.
He was,
so
yes.
he may have to take Mr. E up on his offer.
Joey got a burrito.
Joey got one?
Yeah, why? We're the one advertising it.
Yeah, well, you know what? Sometimes you got to be the favorite, Kev, to get a burrito of the folks coming back from those drops at Santiago's. We're going to have another drop coming up tomorrow, noon to 1. Next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 T-shirts will be at International Hot Tubs, located at 1035 Zuni Street in Denver. There's a limit of 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. Cease, where do you think I'm going with this tease of something the Broncos haven't done well since Peyton Manning was running the offense?
Haven't done something well since Peyton Manning was running the offense. It probably has something to do with tempo. That's just a guess.
Yeah, Peyton has said he wants the offense to operate more quickly in and out of the huddle and desires more consistency in the run game. It does feel like, you go back on it, I mean, the Hackett-Wilson disaster, the fans counting down the play clock.
Oh, God.
Sean Payton's overly complicated play calls that guys are spitting out 27 words in a row that don't make sense, and they're strung together,
Right.
and everyone's supposed to know what they're doing.
Right.
I always think of Peyton Manning of just get in the line, go. Get in the line, go. Particularly 2013 when he threw 55 touchdown passes. Is that sort of fantasy land that this switch from Davis Webb or Sean Payton to Davis Webb calling plays is going to lead to tempo?
Yeah.
Or can you close your eyes and actually see it happen?
No, you can close your eyes and see this thing happen because of Bo Nix. You know, Bo Nix operated with tempo at Oregon almost perfectly. So it's one of those things where Bo Nix wants this. And I'm of the mind of, like, if Bo Nix wants it, Bo Nix gets it, period. And just let him play his style. Let him play with the tempo that he wants. You've got the support of the league's best defense, arguably, if you want to say Houston or New England or whatever. I'm not going to get offended, but get as offended as you like. I think this should be Bo Nix's hallmark. What's the identity of the Denver Broncos? We've had that discussion. I think identity is really big in life and in football. And for the Broncos, it's going to be defense. It's got to be defense. They have a great defense, outstanding. But what's their offensive identity? I think danger from tempo. Using tempo as a weapon is something that they were reluctant to do for the first 2 years with Bo Nix, that I think Davis Webb, being so comfortable with Bo, knowing what Bo likes, will set them up to have more tempo as a weapon, probably more window dressing as well. When it comes out their 31st in motion, like, that's bad. You need motion, but you need to get to the line of scrimmage so your guys can come in motion, have the time to see what the defense is running. And, it's the analytical phase. It's that phase where you're before the snap, you know what you're going to do, you know where to go with the ball. That's what Peyton Manning perfected. That's what I want Bo Nix to perfect as well.
Yeah, it'd be awesome if he could take that step for sure. And you're right, he did it at Oregon. Now he's got his feet wet a couple years in the NFL. Maybe it's time to do it at Empower Field at Mile High, and maybe even on the road. I don't know. That's tougher to me on the road just because of crowd noise and all that stuff. You probably want to be in the huddle more, but specifically at home, I would like to see that.
Yeah.
Could they flat out go no huddle? That's my next question to you, because it seems like Bo thrives the most in those 2-minute drills, the chaotic situations. He likes playing schoolyard football off script. Wouldn't it be fun to see the Broncos in a 7-7 game late in the first quarter just go no huddle? Mm-hmm. Like, just for the heck of it?
Yeah.
Is that realistic in your eyes?
I think so. The thing with Sean he's hesitant about is when you do that, if you go 3 and out, you didn't run a lot of time off the clock because you are going tempo. You are going hurry up, and you don't use all of the play clock. Now you can.
Your defense
could
be
up.
gas, though.
You can keep them out there, but you'd better keep moving the chain. So if they feel good about their game plan, if they feel good about their matchup, and then on the flip side, they feel good about the way their defense is, that's exactly what I want them to do. I don't want them to use tempo when it's obvious that they're going to use tempo. 4-minute offense, 2-minute offense. They're already going to do that. How about it's 7-7 and it's the beginning of the second quarter? You're just like, let's put the foot on the gas. I would love to see that for this team, and I know Bo Nix would respond well.
Yeah, I think it would be awesome. And then the other element to this conversation of course, the altitude, right?
Yep.
We always hear about altitude, and we hear how hard it is to win at Empower Field in Mile High in September. And we know the Bills last year looked really gas, playing basically an entire fifth quarter of overtime. Can they use that altitude to their advantage? See, you look at this schedule. We've gone over it plenty, but the first 6 are brutal, as our listeners know. But you only have 2 of your first 5 at home. Only 2 of the 5 at home. Jacksonville's one of them, and those boys are going to be used to the heat.
Yeah.
We know it's going to be hot here on September 20th. I would assume it'll be in the mid-80s, maybe even hotter. It always seems like it's hot those Sunday afternoon games in September. But you can't really say, oh, it's hot. Jacksonville's not prepared for the heat. Well, they just had a training camp in Florida. They'll be prepared for the heat.
They're fine.
So can you use that altitude? And then specifically the next week against the Rams on Sunday Night Football, can you use it as well? We've said, they could start 2-4. There's some doomsdayers 1-5, 3-3 would be great. Well, I'm looking at this as let's just flip that script for today. Let's be positive today. I think you can go into Kansas City and beat the Chiefs. Mahomes' first game back.
Yep.
And then I think you can use altitude to help you beat the Jaguars and the Rams. I'm not predicting it, but I also think 3-0 with 2 of your first 3 games at home may not be out of the realm of possibility, and that would certainly catch the attention of the entire NFL world.
Well, I'm glad that you're breaking this out because I've been saying since the Knicks won the championship and Jalen Brunson has talked about it's okay to think about the best possible outcome.
Right.
Because we normally, and it's probably a human condition, we normally think about, oh my God, disaster, and they'll be lucky to be 3-3. What if they're 3-0? What's that look like? I kind of want to live in that world because, as you mentioned, you've got the KC game. I'm not afraid of Kansas City at all. Like 0%.
Especially in week 1.
Exactly. So where's Mahomes at with his recovery? What does that look like? Travis Kelce's, still getting older. So what does that look like? Kenneth Walker's had, how can I put it, some motivational issues at Seattle. There's a reason why Seattle's fine letting the Super Bowl MVP go. So do those motivational issues continue with Kansas City, or is Kenneth Walker a brand new man? Yeah. All those questions, I got answers. I get answers all day because I got Vance Joseph in this Broncos defense. So because of that, 3-0, and the Rams would be the toughest of those opponents. But those first 3 games, 2 of them being at home, 3-0 sounds real nice.
Well, and 3-0 would certainly squash all the questions about Sean Payton ripping back the play calling duties from Davis Webb if it's a slow start. Their Super Bowl odds, they're like 12th in the NFL right now. If you beat the Chiefs, the Jaguars, and the Rams in back-to-back-to-back weeks to start the season, they may have the number 1 Super Bowl odds in the NFL. Like, what I'm saying is locally we're aware of how good the Broncos are.
Yes.
Nationally, there still seems to be questions. Was last year the dreaded fluke, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
If you come out of the gates at 3-0, you're going to turn on every national talk show in the morning on September 28th, the day after the Rams game, and they're going to lead with the Denver Broncos. Are the Broncos the best team in the NFL?
Right.
You have a very good opportunity early to shape the narrative of your entire season.
Exactly. To set the story right and then play with those expectations. The expectations are already high here. The expectations are win the AFC West. I'm not going to say get the number 1 seed again, but win the AFC West. That's your expectations. And if you are a true Super Bowl contender, then against the Chiefs, the Jaguars, and the Rams, all 3 Super Bowl contenders themselves, you should be able to come out on top. So 3-0 start, I like where your head's at.
The only pushback I'll give you is Sean has openly spoke about home playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
And the way you get home playoff games is being the 1 seed. So I think internally they want to be the 1 seed again. It may be hard to achieve, but I think that's got to be the goal because Sean has been open. We have to play these games at home, and they would have gone to the Super Bowl last year if their quarterback had not broken his ankle.
Right, and I'd say this. They had a checklist last year. I really appreciated it. I think it's the same this year. Win the division, get the best seed possible, go win the Super Bowl.
Correct.
3 steps to win it all. Can you do it?
Good reminder on your part. It was phrased as the best seed possible,
right.
Which we're hoping is the 1 seed once again, and Bo Nix's ankles hold up. All right, Cease brought up the defense. Who needs to step up on that side of the ball if this team is going to win it all? That is coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at SodaDietNutrition.com. That's SOTA dietnutrition.com. You can get 4 weeks free with their big summer offer. You call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. Mention me, Cecil Lammy. You get 4 weeks free from Soda Diet Nutrition. Listen, 4 weeks from now, you can look and feel so different. Your energy, your confidence, your weight, the way your summer clothes fit you. That is what the Soda Dynamic Diet does to help you out in your weight loss journey. A degreed nutritionist will build a plan around your body, just like they did for me 5 years ago when I lost 60 pounds, and I'm never going back. Never getting it back because SodaDietNutrition.com, the dynamic diet, helped me along the way. Custom fit for me. Listen, dieting is not one size fits all. This is custom fit for you with a degreed nutritionist. They're available via text. It's simply fantastic. Call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan to get 4 weeks free at SODADietNutrition.com because SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Rob Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code MULTIPLY.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. They have amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Who needs to step up on the defensive side of the ball if the Broncos are going to win the Super Bowl? We'll get into that in just a second. It's Will Peterson hanging out with Cecil Lammy. Cecil, the air today. I just got to hit on this, and I know no, you don't like the weather. I like the weather. It feels so much crisper out. I think whatever storm rolled through last night, I feel like I can breathe again. It feels blue again. It doesn't feel like there's a smog hanging over.
Yeah.
Just feels good, man.
Well, I got to say, I come back from 2 weeks at Lake Tahoe, and I get here, and it's like 99 degrees, and it is like super, super hot, and I'm like, oh, my God. That downpour yesterday, we got a downpour in Roxborough. Like straight heavens opened up, just flood, and it was good. We need all the moisture we can get for the farmers, for the trees, for everything, to prevent forest fires, all that kind of stuff. So it was good to see kind of wash away some of that summer haze, I guess, that we had during this hot time in July.
Exactly, and it's going to be very hot this weekend, so enjoy your mid-80s day today. Denver. Dominic in Brighton chimes in, says, hey, Cease, the morning show was bagging on you again.
Okay. I'd like to know for who, for what, right? And then part of me is like, that's part of the fun of this. We were talking about it off air with Evans, is like, you got to bust balls. If you're not capable of having your balls busted, then this job isn't for you.
You're in the wrong industry. I heard them yesterday. They were they were pushing back. I'd say respectfully, but they were pushing back on you suggesting that Greg Penner is the reason that Sean Payton is no longer calling plays.
Oh, yeah. That's what's the pushback there. By the way, I'm seeing it in our YouTube chat powered by Sean Ponda about, like, they said that I hate Sean because of the Lucas Kroll thing. Actually, Sean and I, like, appreciate each other.
Yeah, you're good.
And
I wouldn't have brought it up if you and Sean hated each other. I brought it up because it's fun.
Well, and afterwards, I had talked to somebody, closer to the situation, and they told me, they reassured me. They're like, hey, Sean knows you know ball. Just don't tell him you know ball, right? Don't try to be like a braggart about knowing ball. And, well, that's kind of difficult for me to do at times. So as far as, like, Greg telling Sean to take over, have Davis Webb take over play calling, it was a conversation. It had to be, right? I mean, that's no inside news or anything. It's just me thinking about how business is done.
Sure.
I think it's wide-eyed for the morning show, and I get it. Older guys, Metamucil, whatever, a little Geritol, whatever. But I think it's wide-eyed to be like, Sean did this of his good graces. Like, out of the goodness and kindness of his heart, Sean Payton stepped down from play calling. I don't think that's the case. I think Sean might have suggested it, and then they had a conversation with Greg, with George, with Sean, bringing in Davis, probably checking in with Bo, like, hey, we're going to do this, Bo. You like it? And stuff like that. This is not Bo saying they got to change it. This is not Bo hating Sean. Like, listen, their relationship is awesome because you can go back and forth. You can get in their kitchen. You can bust balls a little bit, and it's all love. It's all for the same thing. It's all for winning with the Denver Broncos. So I just disagree with the morning show who, Mark Schlereth is Sean's friend. I disagree with the fact of like, oh, no, Sean this is totally his idea. I even think Greg said that at one of the press conferences at the owners' meeting. He's like, hey, Sean had the idea. And I'm like, okay, but it was a discussion. I don't think Sean Payton does this out of the goodness of his heart.
I think the truth is definitely somewhere in the middle, and I think that's what you're getting at.
Yeah.
I don't think Sean just woke up one day and goes, you know what, I'm no longer calling plays.
I'm done.
Davis, congrats. I don't think that happened.
Right.
I also don't think Greg called Sean into his office. Sean, come here. Hey, you're no longer calling plays. It's Davis' job. See you later.
Right.
Like, neither of those two things happened.
Right.
It's somewhere in the middle, for sure.
Right. But the morning show thinks that Sean's just the greatest guy ever, and he's just going to totally do this because of his good heart. Like, no, there was a discussion. It's business, baby. It's business. You had to have that discussion. So let him bust balls. It just means they like me.
Well, I got some revenge on the morning show because Evans left me a very pathetic
I heard about this story.
Voicemail at 4:38 in the morning. I'll give it to you in 30 seconds, just real quick, then we'll get into the defense. So I filled in for Mike a few weeks ago. He was sick. Totally fine. Happy to be here. And then he texted me late that afternoon and said, hey, what'd you guys hit on? I'm putting the rundown together. I'll be back tomorrow. I said, all right, all good. But I said, Mike, if you're sick, you need to let me know tonight. Because I'm a normal human, and I'm not going to be sitting by my phone at 4:30 in the morning going, is Mike sick? Is he not? So my phone's on Do Not Disturb. I wake up at 7, and, when you refresh Do Not Disturb, you see all your notifications. I see Mike Evans. And I'm like, oh, gosh, multiple text messages, missed calls, voicemail. If it had been a family member, I would have been nervous. Like, oh, my God, who's trying to get a hold of me at 4:30 in the morning? Man. But it was Mike Evans, and we played the voicemail on air, and it's just, if you haven't heard it on the morning show, they play it a bunch. You just tune in, you'll hear it. But basically, Mike wanted me to come in at 4:38 in the morning. I'm like, Mike, I'm asleep, dude.
My question is, why was he calling you and not Spivak?
I don't know.
It's Spivak's job to find replacement hosts if you're sick. So it's like, why is he hitting you up?
But I could see this coming from a mile away. Yeah. And I told Mike, tell me the night before. Do not tell me the morning of. And then, of course, I called him because I know his clock. I called him at 7:10. I knew they would be in break. Hey, Will, I'm good, man. I'm here. I'm fine. I'm like, okay. So you woke up at 4:30. It was dark out. You felt tired. You felt sick. You felt sorry for yourself.
Yeah.
And it was going into the 4th of July weekend. Mike, you should have just told me the night before, and now your voice, hey, Will, it's Evans.
Doing too well. Wondering if there was any way you could bail me out again. Pretty much a plug and play.
Plug and play, baby.
Obviously, this is Evans.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love that.
Oh, it's a great voicemail from Mikey Evans. All right, let's talk about the defense here. Who needs to step up on that side of the ball if the team's going to win the Super Bowl? I'll leave it to you there. Very open-ended. Who's got to step up? There's obvious answers, but are there less obvious answers as well?
I think who's got to step up in this instance is Ini Wazirike, DJ Jones, Malcolm Roach, Savion Jones, Tyler Onyedem. The reason why I bring up all of those guys is because somebody or some combination has to replace JFM.
I was going to say, what do all of them have in common? They could all be JFM replacements.
They're all the guys that are working to replace JFM. Now, at the end of the day, and Mason and I have talked about this in Orange and Blue today, it's like it's not one. I don't think it's even Savion Jones. And I'm super excited about Savion Jones in his second year. And I remember talking to JFM last year in the locker room of like, hey, what do you think of Jones? And he said, that kid can play. I'm teaching him everything I know. So if you have JFM knowing, everybody knew a year ago JFM wasn't going to be back.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he got paid by Tennessee. Congrats to him. He deserves every single penny. But in knowing that, he didn't kind of shelter his knowledge, his veteran experience. He was adding to Savion Jones's game. He was giving him tips, giving him tricks at the position, letting him know that veteran savvy. So I'm not saying that Savion Jones will be the one replacement for JFM. He'll be part of a combination of guys that help replace JFM. But I am expecting a lot from Savion Jones, the guy that nobody talks about, the guy that really we don't know much yet about from a pro standpoint. I know his college game. I know what they think of him. I know that they think highly of him. I think highly of him. I love the pick. I'm waiting for him to go out there and to kind of prove himself at the pro level. He's got to do that, but he's the first one up. When we talk about stepping up, it's one of those defensive linemen, and it's probably a combination, but it should be, doesn't have to be, but it should be led by Savion Jones.
Okay, you were in that locker room a ton last year. You got to know these players very well, as you are most years. Do you understand, or can you explain to me why John Franklin Myers never got paid? Felt like everyone and their brother on this team that deserved an extension got it. You go Garrett Bowles, Quinn Miners, Nick Bonito, Pat Surtain, Cortland Sutton. Like the list goes on and on and on. Why was he the one dude who could never get his money from the Broncos?
Yeah, one, you've got a lot of money invested in Zach Allen, which he deserves every single bit of it, right? And so this wasn't a Derek Wolfe, Malik Jackson situation.
One or the other.
Where it's like one or the other. It was just like, okay, you've got a bunch of guys, and you have this surplus on the defensive line. Like, you've drafted Iwazurike, and even though he had the gambling thing, he had to miss some time, but he's back. He's playing really solid football, like really, really good football. Then you draft Savion Jones, and you do that knowing you're probably going to let JFM go. So because of the way you've positioned your team, your defensive line, even a very talented Pro Bowl caliber player like JFM is one of those like, yeah, you can kind of see it coming. You can see it coming because he's going to play well. He's going to price himself out of your range, and you've got to be ready. And you've got to be ready with draft picks, which they've done that now. And now it's time to see if those draft picks pay off.
Yeah, but if I'm John Franklin Myers, and I know he openly campaigned a couple of different times of wanting a new deal here, I'm happy to cash it. Don't get me wrong. Life-changing money, generational wealth, et cetera, et cetera. But I started my career with the pathetic Jets. I get to come to Denver, taste winning, see what being on a winning team is like.
Yeah.
And I'm going to Tennessee. It's going to win 5 or 6 games. Like, it may have been his only chance in his life as an NFL player to win with the Broncos. He's going from horrible Jets, great Broncos, very mediocre to horrible Titans. Again, you got to get paid. I understand it, but I think come week 9, week 10, he's going to be wishing he was still wearing orange and blue.
Well, it's one of those things that's weird in the NFL because in the NBA, you can go chase rings. I'm going to join this team. I'm going to join this team. In the NFL, it's like sometimes your career just shapes up that way where you might get one shot at a ring. You might get one shot on like a championship contender.
You might get 0. Look at Justin Simmons.
Exactly.
Justin Simmons, great player, never had a realistic shot at a Super Bowl.
Exactly. And that's just the way it went. And if you're Simmons, you just have to kind of accept it, right? This was my path. This was what was going to happen. And he never was in a position to be on a true contender. So that's a great example. And JFM now, he had a shot, and he goes back to what most NFL players like this, by the way. Most NFL players, their career doesn't really go the way, and by the way, they don't choose the end.
Mm-hmm.
And that's,
unless you're Peyton Manning or John Elway,
exactly.
but just the outlier.
And that's what you're looking for. Jerome Bettis did it as well, where like, I'm just done. I'm walking away after a championship. So very few players get to do that. JFM's just like most NFL players.
All right, does anyone feel bad for Tyreek Hill? There's a big headline involving him today, plus another couple interesting things around the NFL that we'll hit on next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We have 4 drops this year at various international hot tubs locations across the metro starting July 24th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
The new 2026 Honda CR-V was built for Colorado, and July is the perfect time to get one at Champ Honda. Whether you're crushing and cruising city streets or heading into the mountains, the CR-V delivers the comfort and capability you need all summer long. Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you have plenty of great options to choose from. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you know you'll be treated fairly with no games and no hidden charges. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We can't stop time, but we can make your day more efficient. And we can help you get fit and stay fit.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
House calls? It's 2026. Doctors and lawyers don't make house calls anymore, right? Not true, actually. At 303-LAW-4040, we always tell you about how we want to meet with you in person. Now, generally that means, yes, you come and meet my lovely wife, Kimberly, and I in our Denver Tech Center offices. But sometimes you're hurt, you're seriously injured. You're either still in the hospital or you can't move around, you don't have a car yet. And it's important to get a plan in place quickly when these things happen. So we'll come out, we'll do a house call. Heck, we had one house call recently. The dog came out and took a little ride in the DeLorean. It was fantastic. I'll bring the DeLorean into the house, but we're here to help. And actually, my lovely wife, Kimberly, says that's one of the best parts of the job is when we get to spend time together in somebody's living room, helping them out as they're in a tough spot because they were injured in an accident. So if you need us, go ahead, save that number in your phone, 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Don't guess on major HVAC, plumbing, or electric repairs. Get a free second opinion and same-day service from Fix It 24/7. Honest answers, fast help. Visit fixmyhome.com today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, a lot of teams are reporting to training camp. Broncos rookies are already there. The vets will be out there in 5 days on July 28th. So that means the NFL News and Notes segment is loaded. We got plenty to get to here, Cease. Let's start with Tyreek Hill. Does anyone feel bad for him? He posted a workout video and says he still has, quote, no power in his leg 10 months after surgery. I don't think Tyreek Hill's a real good dude off the field. I think on the field, he tortured Broncos fans for years in Kansas City.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna have fake sympathy for Tyreek Hill. I'm just not. Guy had a great career, made a lot of money, won Super Bowls. I can't sit here and say I feel bad that he's got no power in his leg 10 months after that bad knee injury.
He choked out a pregnant woman in college. You're forever a turd if you do that. Sorry. Everyone loves a redemption story, but whatever with Tyreek Hill, it's like one of those things where it's just injuries like this happen. And they happen far too often than what players like. So when somebody does get that and you just happen to be, it's your turn, you're going to get that injury. Yeah, we've seen careers ended because of injuries like this. And while medical technology has advanced and a shredded knee isn't really a big deal anymore, it's those multiple ligament injuries where you're never quite really the same. Look at Javonte Williams, who had to fight back from a multi-ligament knee injury and really wasn't the same until he went to Dallas. And then, kind of showed, hey, this looks more like the rookie Javonte and the North Carolina Javonte. But that took multiple years. So with Tyreek Hill, an aging veteran, it's like, okay, how much has he got left? I mean, Odell Beckham Jr. is on a roster right now with the Giants. So could Tyreek come back sometime for somebody out there? God forbid it's Kansas City towards the playoffs, but he's got to get better. No sympathy. It's just, it happens. It's a major injury. Major award. It's a major injury.
All right, as we continue to bounce around the NFL, there was some news breaking in the last hour or so that Carolina Panthers second-year outside linebacker Nick Scorton was carted off the practice field with a right knee injury
of knees.
During the team's first day of camp today. So they're about a week ahead of the Broncos out there in Carolina. I don't know a ton about Nick Scorton. You can fill me in, but the bigger story here to me, Cease, is the dreaded golf cart. If you're a fan at Broncos camp, if you see the golf cart come out, it is bad news. I remember being there the first time Tim Patrick got carted off. Remember, it happened 2 years in a row.
Yep.
It happened right in front of me. I remember Quinn Bailey. Remember that backup offensive lineman? He snapped his leg, and you could hear the snap. Not trying to get too graphic, but I was about 100 yards away from it. You could hear the dude's leg break in half.
Yeah.
The cart at camp is scary. We are knocking on all the wood that we do not see a single Bronco get carted off, I guess, in the next month or so.
Yeah, and what's interesting to note about Nick Scorton with the Panthers is, one, they were relying on him to do more. He had a collapsed lung last week.
Oh, poor guy.
And now a knee injury, lower body injury. We're not sure the extent, but it doesn't seem good. He left the field in tears. Any cart. I want to take the keys out of it or something. I don't want to see that cart move. I don't want to see him driving it into position. I don't want to see that cart. It's always bad news.
Well, and you and Delver will be on air when a carting off would happen, if it does happen. We're hoping not, so you guys will pass along what you're seeing in real time, who's getting loaded on. Again, we hope it's a moot point, but unfortunately, it feels like there's a cart or two a year, and the Panthers had that strike them today. All right, you've got something for me on Jimmy Garoppolo.
And Mike Garafolo actually tweeted this out just a little bit ago earlier today about Jimmy Garoppolo believes he can still play, believes he still wants to play. Of course, last with the Rams, he's open to playing
when
in
did he play with the
2026.
Rams? Was he there
in the
last
right
year?
situation.
I can't remember.
I will double check on
He's
that.
He's so handsome. I get distracted by his handsomeness. I don't remember when he actually played football. I remember him with the Niners, of course.
Right.
I remember him with the Raiders.
Right.
I remember him with the Rams. But I'm just kind of getting some context here of is this Jimmy G looking for a few more bucks, or do we think Jimmy G has something still left?
Yeah,
in
Jimmy
the tank?
G was with the Rams just last year.
Okay.
And so I remember that. I remember him for his "Feels Great, Baby." to Aaron Andrews, right?
That's right.
So he signed with the Rams on a 1-year deal, appeared in 3 games during the regular season, conducting kneel downs and victory formations, and did not make a pass attempt.
I was going to say, no wonder we don't remember him because he was just in victory formation.
Right.
Trevor Siemian was in victory formation for the Broncos once upon a time when Peyton Manning was still on the
So
team.
he hasn't thrown a pass since 2024, but I'm here to tell you this. I would take a near the end of his career Jimmy Garoppolo over Jarrett Stidham 10 times out of 10.
Woo!
I don't want
love
Jarrett
that.
Stidham on the roster.
I love that.
I don't trust him. I don't want him here. I understand teammates love him and he's a veteran, but I'm done with Sean basically lying to us, saying like he's one of the best 32 out there and like there's 32 starters, but he's not one of the best 32 quarterbacks. He's not one of the best 64 quarterbacks, and because of that, I would rather see Jimmy Garoppolo signed off the street and just put in place, or let's see what Sam Ehlinger's got. I'm just Jarrett Stidham disappointed this team in the brightest moment, in the biggest moment, and I know Phil's got offended. Get as offended as you like, Phil. Well, the play call was wrong. Hey, it's called timeout, baby.
Mm-hmm.
You're the quarterback. You're the quarterback. If the play call comes in wrong or late or whatever, and it's the AFC Championship, you probably just call timeout and make your coach mad, but say, Coach, I needed the play. The play was wrong, whatever. Jarrett Stidham didn't do any of that, and then he did a stupid chest pass. The only reason the Patriots are in the Super Bowl, the Patriots, you want to talk about fluke? The Patriots are the team that could go to the Super Bowl and then the very next year miss the playoffs. The Broncos are not a fluke. They'll be back. They'll be right there in position with those 13-plus wins. They've got to have a more reliable backup quarterback situation, and I think that would be Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, I love that you brought this up because I fill in on all day parts here on the Fan and the morning show. Oh my gosh, stinking Stokely defending Jarrett Stidham. Oh, well, it snowed. There was a blizzard. Come on, guys. You both played in blizzards. You seem to do all right. Tom Brady infamously won a game against the Raiders in a blizzard. Like you can, and the reason I bring up Tom is because Jarrett puffs his chest all the time and loves to tell us he backed up Tom Brady. Well, that didn't help you. And then when I'm on with Phil, he's like, you need a guy who's reliable in the big moments. Phil, am I taking crazy pills?
Right.
We just saw a guy who was not reliable in a big moment. He had his big chance and he blew it in the AFC title game. Jarrett Stidham was terrible that day, and he was the reason the Denver Broncos did not go to the Super Bowl. So I like filling in on all the shows, but this is why I like being here with you, Cease, because you are making perfect sense. The Broncos should cut Jarrett Stidham, save $4.5 million, and sign Jimmy Garoppolo.
Joe's get Jimmy G's right there. And by the way, I just think it's critical thinking.
It just blows my mind that the former players, and maybe it's some former player, fraternity, but Mark Schlereth, Brandon Stokely, and Philip Lindsay all vehemently defend Jarrett Stidham. It's like, did we watch the same AFC title game? I don't get that one at all.
Right.
And I'm being serious. Like, he had his big moment, and he fell flat on his face.
Yes.
He should be cut. There was people over the weekend posting, Jarrett Stidham's at the World Cup final. And I'm like, cool, good for him, but is that supposed to make me feel warm and fuzzy? Like, I don't care that Jarrett Stidham went to the World Cup final.
Jarrett
I don't find
Stidham
that
needs
interesting.
to be in the damn playbook. That's what he needs, so he doesn't do a stupid chest pass in the most critical moment in an AFC Championship game. And for me, it merely comes down to this with Jarrett Stidham. It's like, and I'll do the Sam Kinison line, but I'll have to clean it up for radio because it's certainly not radio friendly. If you don't trust the backup quarterback, then why are you rostering the backup quarterback? That's the thing. I don't trust him. And by the way, when I say, have we seen the best of blank? And I say it all the time. Have we seen the best of Jarrett? Yes, we've seen the best of Jarrett Stidham.
Well, we've only
he's
seen
not
it
going to get
once.
any better.
He was good in one game.
He's
one
not gonna,
game in his
by
entire
the way,
NFL career.
The week after that, he was terrible.
Yeah.
Because everyone talks about, look at that Raiders-Chiefs game. Look at the 49ers game. Look at the very next week. He was terrible. So for me, is he going to develop further in Sean Payton's system? No. He's at his peak, and his peak isn't good enough. That's been proven.
Yeah, people say, what's your biggest question about the 2026 Broncos? To me, it might be backup quarterback. You need to cut Jarrett Stidham and sign a guy who can win you an AFC title game when your defense plays out of its minds. He didn't have to go hang 30 points. He literally had to not fumble the football and you go to the Super Bowl in a 7-3 win. And Jarrett Stidham couldn't find a way.
I know he couldn't be here, and he wouldn't be here anyway, and Jalen Milroe hasn't worked out the way Seattle wanted him to, but Drew Lock could be a better backup quarterback.
Oh, I'd take Drew Lock over Jarrett Stidham
Look
all
at
day,
Mac
every day.
Jones behind Brock Purdy. You look at Drew Lock behind Sam Darnold. Like, there's so many backup situations for Super Bowl contenders that you can say, hey, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe Ty Simpson with the Rams doesn't make sense, but still, most Super Bowl contenders are positioning themselves to be ready when their starter misses time.
Yeah, I'd call Trevor Siemian over Jarrett Stidham tomorrow, like I would. What's Blaine Gabbert doing? Get Chase Daniel off the NFL Live set. I would take a lot of guys
He doesn't have a podcast host anymore, co-host. So.
Awkward. You are speaking of Diana Rossini, of course. All right, coming up next, our 9 News and 104.3 The Fan Insider, Mike Kliss.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League, and is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy, and if he does that, man, this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Fellas, what's going on? Josh over here. I got to talk to you about how we're living these days. How I want to be a modern day male. And I talk about it all the time. We admire our fathers, our grandfathers, but I don't know that we all want to look like them. Those big bellies that they seem to develop. What are you going to do about it? As you get a little bit older, your body starts to break down. You start to lose your testosterone because your body stops producing it as much. About 3 years ago, I started to feel these way. Body starting to go in the wrong direction. Brain fog in the morning. One of the worst things was my libido was going away. Found out, thanks to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, it all has to do with my T levels. My testosterone was down. I set up my first appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, went in, they drew my blood, told me what my T and PSA levels were, and then gave me some options. One of the options was to sign up for testosterone treatment right there on the spot. I said, yeah. They gave me a pain-free booster shot that day for free. They waived the $99 appointment fee, and then I had everything set up coming to my house. Now my T levels are where they're supposed to be. Sex drive is back. Energy is up. Brain fog is gone. And that's all available for you at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We're hiring at Don's Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at donsgaragedoors.com.
Colorado Summer's calling, and Siltahar Motors has the lineup to answer. During the Ford Summer Sales event, Bronco Sport, F-150, and Ranger are all on sale. 0% financing available, no payments for 90 days. Not ready for new? Siltahar's certified pre-owned vehicles are inspected, warranted, and backed by a 5-day exchange. Plus, get top value for your trade-in. Trails, towing, mountain roads, the vehicle that fits how Colorado lives. Family owned for 66 years, sthmotors.com or Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
The Sherwin-Williams Summer Sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this water main is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman's stainless steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it?
Oh, yeah, you know what that music means. It's our 9 News and 104.3 The Fan Insider. Mike Glass. Love that guy. Got some Green Day playing him in. Mike, you and I have chatted a lot this summer. Good to see you again, my friend.
Oh, yeah. I knew it would be Will Peterson manning the board here, driving the Cecil train today. Good to talk to you again, Will.
Yes, sir. That's a fun train to conduct. You never know what you're going to get out of the one and only Cecil Lammey.
Cecil Lammey.
Mike, fill us in on the latest with Jonathan Cooper, just in terms of, is there a significant court date this week, and do you or do you not expect to see him on the field, I guess, a week from today, 8 days from today, when the Broncos hit it hard for training camp?
He has a court hearing tomorrow, and I'm just about to report that it's likely to be continued. I think I've maybe said that before. It's a virtual thing, not much. And as far as whether he'll be on the field for training camp, that has yet to be determined. That still needs to be discussed. A lot of the parties involved with that decision have not gotten together yet. The expectation when they left, when everybody broke at minicamp at the time, they thought that there might be a resolution to this case, whether a settlement, whether a plea, whether a jury trial. They thought it was going to be settled, but it's not. It's not going to be. And so they'll have a decision to make, and they haven't got together to do that yet.
Okay, interesting times abound here in Broncos country, Mike. As far as the stadium news, you've said stuff about Burnham Yard, like, hey, it's probably 75% chance that's where it's going to be. Any update here as other teams are out there showing off the renderings of their new stadiums like Kansas City and Carolina? We got none of that here in Denver.
Yeah, I think the reason for that, I think there are renderings somewhere. I think there's been renderings. You don't say you're going to have a stadium, a year ago and not have renderings drawn up. But I think there's a little bit more of a process here in Denver because they're in the city of Denver, which is, what I think most people wanted the stadium to stay within the city limits. But that's caused, frankly, a little more bureaucratic headaches. And so, the CBA, the Community Benefit Agreement, there's still some things to iron out there. You still got to, I don't think it's finished that they've got everything settled on transplanting Denver Water headquarters. There's a couple other properties that they have to, dot the I's and cross the T's. And so that's why there's no renderings. And I'm guessing on this, but I think I'm educating guessing. They're still dealing with this over here. You don't want to get the renderings out there and have things fall apart. You want to make sure this is done before you do, the exciting step, which would be the renderings.
Yeah, bureaucratic headaches. I like the way you put that. No one likes a bureaucratic headache, Mike. Let's get to the football. It feels like the Davis Webb, Sean Payton conversation has gone from local to national, and there are a lot of folks out there that think this leash is not going to be real long. We've talked over and over again about the first 6 games. Getting out of that 3-3 would be fine. 4-2 would be great. What if it is the worst case scenario? What if they are 1-4, 2-4 after 5 or 6 games? Do you think the leash is long, or do you think Sean Payton would take back offensive play calling duties from Davis Webb if the record's bad and the offense looks sluggish?
Yeah, that's a lot of hypotheticals there, Will. I hate that. Hypotheticals get me in trouble.
Okay. How long's the leash, Mike? That's not
Don't get in trouble, Mike. Don't get in trouble.
Let's just stick with the leash. How long's the leash? Is that less hypothetical?
It really does. I think right now the leash is long. I do think Sean Payton wants Davis Webb to succeed. He's developing this coach. I think he wants a big tree. Right now Dan Campbell is his guy. Is there anybody else out there that's a Sean Payton guy that's had big success? I think he wants Davis Webb to be successful, and so I think the leash is going to be a little longer than people think. And I say this for this reason too. Sean admitted, both to us locally and in that Seth Wickersham article, that play calling is harder at 62 than it was at 40. And I think that's true. They burned a lot of timeouts because of play clock situation, and that play clock was because of Sean deliberating on what to call. And he's got the eyes now. He's talked about the eyes. I just think it's a little slower for him. I think he'll do 100% of the game planning with Davis Webb. He'll do 100% of which plays to put on that big play sheet for Davis Webb, and they'll collaborate on that. The play calling will be Davis Webb, but on 3rd and 4, or what generally happens with head coaches who don't call, if it's 3rd and 4, say, Davis, we're going for it on 4th down now. Make that 3rd down call, appropriate. In other words, you can run it, get 2 yards. Now it's 4th and 2. You're going to go for it on 4th and 2. So they do things like that. And but I put it this way, I do hope the leash is long, because those first 6 games are going to be so tough for Davis Webb and so tough for Vance Joseph. That I think the leash should be long past week 6.
Mike, with fans set to attend training camp starting next week, what can they expect to see from Jalen Waddle? I understand it's practice, but I believe that Waddle, this offense can look completely different because one man, and that is Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, I hope in training camp he does very little, and I hope in the preseason he does very little. Gets ready, does his cuts, gets his timing down with Bo, however they decide to get it down. Get him a little work here and there, but save him for September 14th and Andy Reid and Spagnuolo on Monday night, September 14th. And then unleash the Waddle. That would make sense to me.
Mike, new facility, $180 million, looks spectacular, looks incredible. Are you aware of any tours you're going to get of that? How are we going to get our best inside look at this new facility, or is that going to be all facilitated through the Broncos on their social media platforms? Because obviously they can't let everyone come through, but I know a lot of people would love to see the ins and outs of that place.
Yeah, I think there will be a media tour fairly soon into training camp, if not right away. I'm not sure. I haven't heard what date that is. I guess, I just want to know where my broom closet is for the 9 News. I did hear my broom closet's larger.
Oh,
than it has been.
Nice.
Yeah. So, but that's all I've heard. And then where do I park? And will my credential key pad work? Usually doesn't on the first day. I have to beg, borrow, and say, hey, I think I'm assigned for one more, another year here. But other than that, good for them. It's good for the players. I tell you one thing, you worry a little bit about luxury and how it affects the edge of a team. Kansas City won a few Super Bowls here in the last 10 years while dressing in a dump. Arrowhead Stadium. Yeah. And, sometimes there's more bonding in those character places, I don't know if the Bulls have won an NBA championship since they moved into the United Center. That Chicago Stadium was quite the place to play, and the home court advantage there. So a little careful about luxury, and that's what apparently it is.
Yeah. All right. Well, sounds good. We saw the barber leaked Bo Nix in the barber shop / room inside Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
They had that in the old one, though.
Okay.
They had a barber shop in the old one.
Okay.
Yeah, Louis had his chair there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the old media room. In fact, we got kicked out in part for the barber shop.
I thought that was where Sierra hung out, but I don't know. I get it all confused, right? She had that special room as well. Well, Mike, we appreciate you being in the Kliss Cave today. I feel like Scotty Gaines talking to you in the Kliss Cave. Good stuff, Mike. Appreciate your time, man.
You got it, guys.
All right, there he goes, our 9 News and 104.3 The Fan Insider, Mike Kliss. A lot of good stuff, calling bureaucratic headaches around the stadium. Good update on Jonathan Cooper as well. All right, coming up next, we're breaking down the Broncos roster with a player, position group, or coach every day. It's a polarizing guy, Riley Moss, on the other side.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball, look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, that's not bacon grilling. That's your living room at 2 p.m. If your home heats up every summer, your windows might be the reason. Infinity by Marvin Windows protect your home from UV rays, solar heat, and help lower energy bills all summer long. Colorado homeowners have trusted Gravina's Window Center of Littleton for 50 years. Right now, you can save 25% on Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit them at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
If you've been injured in an auto
auto accident. Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Philip Lindsay here. Summer is about hikes, golf, family adventures, and more. But if degenerative joints or old high school sports injuries are slowing you down, Regen RX can help you out with that. Get 50% off your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. This non-invasive treatment helps stimulate healing and reduce chronic pain with no surgery and no downtime. Plus, ask about their stem cell or PRP options. Book your free consultation today. Give them a call at 303-630-9770 or visit them online at regenrx.co. Again, that's regenrx.co.
A small roof problem today can become a major expense tomorrow. Colorado hail, wind, and heavy snow can turn minor damage into costly repairs. Don't wait until it's too late. Trust Colorado's best roofing for honest inspections, dependable repairs, and reliable service. Schedule your free roof inspection today at roofingcolorado.com.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Wes. Tell me what happened between you and the IRS.
I ended up owing $55,000 on unpaid taxes. I hadn't filed for several years and ended up settling for $25.
Hold on. So you went from owing $55,000 to $25? Now that's a great story. How did that happen?
Well, it's rather amazing, I guess. It got to the appeals officer. The appeals officer signed off on it, and obviously we accepted it.
Wes, what made you come to Advanced Tax Solutions?
You hear of many different firms or whatever on the radio, some local, some not, and I felt confident from the radio spots I heard about Advanced Tax Solutions.
So how do you feel about Advanced Tax Solutions now?
Very, very lucky and very grateful.
And would you recommend us to your friends and family who are in the same situation?
Yes, I absolutely would.
Thanks, Wes. You know, if you're listening, be our next great story, 303-753-6040 or advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Fresh.
Spit it, Cease.
You got to do this every time this is on. Dover and Cecil, Will Peterson sitting in for Josh Dover. You got so much great stuff from Mike Kliss. Honestly, we could just react to what he said the entire show. And, like, the fact that they haven't yet decided if Jonathan Cooper's going to participate in training camp. And I understand guys got to get together, right? So it's probably Sean, George, Greg, got to get together in the same building and then discuss this thing. But we are 8 days away from the start of training camp, and we don't know if one of their best pass rushers is actually going to be participating in training camp yet. I imagine he will. He won't be available to the media, I don't think. And by the way, Cooper was one of the most available players in the locker room. That's probably done now. But the fact that we're 8 days away and we don't yet know if number 0 is going to be out on the field, I thought that was very significant that Kliss, told us that.
Oh, absolutely. And he said he's about to break some news as well, that this trial is likely to be continued based on this virtual hearing that Jonathan Cooper has tomorrow. He had hinted at that a couple of times on the station of, hey, this may not be resolved until 2027, but Mike basically gave us the scoop. I think he's going to have it at 9news.com here soon, probably his Twitter as well, that this trial is likely to be continued. So if you're the Broncos, I think you have two courses of action here, Cease. One, hey, the trial's not till 2027. Jonathan Cooper just plays the 26th season. He's got Harvey as his attorney. I assume Harvey's looking to get a trial date on the calendar that's after the Super Bowl.
Right.
Late February, early March, something like that. Or the Broncos can say, you know what? We don't feel like dealing with this cloud till February or March. We're just going to go ahead and cut Jonathan Cooper. Now, two very extreme differences in those courses of action. But one, hey, his trial's not till March. He's on the team. Here we go. The other, we're just going to cut bait now because we don't want this hanging over us for the next 6 months.
There's a third option as well. And I think,
that?
one, the cut Jonathan Cooper is the extreme, which of course it is. I think the kind of letting him play and then basically hiding him from the media, that's probably what's going to happen. But there actually is a third option, which some teams do. because the NFL cares, right? And I make fun of that because the NFL is a large corporation, and I'm here to tell you, corporations don't give a crap about you. Here's what the NFL does, and I'll go back to the Ray Rice situation. Ray Rice's initial suspension for domestic violence was 2 games. Then the video came out, and he never played again. Like, the NFL cares. We care about women. We care about domestic violence. 2 games was the longest suspension until a video came out and you had to change your policy and like, oh, now it's forever. So here's what teams do sometimes in these situations. They will have a self-imposed suspension. So it'll be like a team suspension to then kind of brunt the league suspension. Sometimes the league will look at what a team handles it and says, oh, well, you already suspended a guy for 2 games. We're not going to suspend him. So that's some way teams get around this. They try to get ahead of it in case it is probably during the season, because we're looking at a situation with Cooper where any sort of trial would be after the Super Bowl. It's probably not going to happen. But if we felt this was, hey, trials in November or something, you might try to get ahead of any NFL suspension because the NFL will wait until the legal process is done, and then they'll make a determining factor. But you could be deemed innocent or settlement or whatever these situations. Rich people get away with a lot. Let me just say that. So however the situation unfolds, he's totally innocent or whatever. The NFL, it doesn't matter. You made the Shield look bad. You could be deemed innocent or get away with it or whatever you want to say.
He got arrested twice in 8 days, spent the night in jail.
Yeah.
One Thursday night, spent the night in jail the following Thursday
You
night.
make the NFL look bad, they can suspend you regardless of how the legal process plays out, regardless of what Harvey's able to work his magic or whatever. So because of that, we're not out of the woods.
No.
We're not out in the clear. And even 27, we're not out in the clear because that's when, if any sort of determining factor is done by the law, then the league will step in and say, okay, now here's a 6-game suspension or 8-game suspension, and then that will get appealed down. Oh, it gets 4 games instead of 6 games or whatever the case may be. We're still a long ways to go in this.
Well, in this virtual hearing tomorrow, Mike described it us as mostly procedural.
Okay. Sounds like that,
It
right?
sounds like it is, but I do think it could spark action. Like maybe Greg Penner and Kerry Walton Penner and Sean and George have been waiting for this virtual hearing to get a trial date on the books, get the charges clearly laid out, and then make a decision. Because this is, I mean, Mike is telling us 5 days before the Veterans Report, they have yet to determine if Jonathan Cooper will be on the field for training camp.
Right.
You got to make a decision at some point. Things can spark action. And I think a trial tomorrow, or not, excuse me, not a trial, a court date tomorrow for as procedural, virtual as it is, I think by over the weekend or maybe next Monday, we get some clarity on the plan moving forward with Jonathan Cooper. Because the Broncos, they're a well-run organization. They get stuff done. They make hard decisions. Tomorrow is a day that you will know what's next for Jonathan Cooper. It's kind of been lingering for 3 weeks now. Wait, what's next? When's the date? Okay, virtual hearing tomorrow to decide everything. I think over the weekend, the Broncos are going to have to come to a conclusion of how they want to move forward with Jonathan Cooper because we can no longer say, oh, training camp's still a ways away. It's not.
It's right here.
The Panthers had training camp today. One of their guys got carted off the field. The Broncos will be on the field next week. Like, I'm telling you, man, could be a Friday afternoon news dump, too. We know those happen in sports.
Oh, yeah.
He has the hearing a Friday morning, Friday afternoon. They make a decision. I think you're going to get a major Jonathan Cooper update in the next, call it 72 hours.
Well, and here's the thing with Cooper, and it's a much different situation, obviously. But when you have an owner that pays $80 million for Russell Wilson to go away, guys, what's Cooper got left on his deal? We're looking that up right now on Spot Rack. But it's like, okay, whatever that number is, you can't tell me that Greg Penner and the Walton Penner Group wouldn't be just, if they're sick of the situation,
just eat it.
Exactly. This is a team, and they don't want to do that. You think Greg Penner wanted to pay $80 million for Russell Wilson to go away? But that's the situation they were put in.
His dead cap hit this year is $18.29 million.
$18.29 million. Okay. So,
but there are also clauses in the contract, as Phil explained to me, that maybe you could get out of it without having to pay the $18.29 million.
Right, and that's where more of the law process would come through. But either way, this team, based on their ownership, this isn't the Bengals. Right? This isn't like you're grasping onto every single dollar and you're just hoping to get by. This is a team that if they were to choose, they could just get rid of you, pay you money, and you just never play for them again. I don't think that will happen, but I also want everyone to know and realize this isn't your normal NFL franchise where they kind of got to stick with you. This is the richest ownership group in sports. If they wanted to get rid of you, pay you your money, and move on, they could do that.
Well, it bears watching for sure. We'll see what happens with that virtual hearing tomorrow, and if a trial date ultimately gets set, and if it is not until after this season, where will the Broncos go from there? All right, we didn't get to Riley Moss, but we'll do that, breaking down his role on the 2026 Broncos coming up next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball. Look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Shop Honda keeps car buying simple. One price, one person, 1 hour means no games, no back and forth, and no dealer handling fees ever. Upfront pricing and one dedicated advisor who handles everything from start to finish. It's straightforward, stress-free, and honestly the way car buying should have always been. At Shop Honda, the experience is just as good as the vehicle you're driving home. Discover the Shop Honda difference for yourself. Visit Shop Honda today, proud partner of the Dover and Cecil Show.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We've just celebrated our 27th year in business. Thank you for your continued support.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this, no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play, get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. You never regret buying quality. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Invest in your health and happiness with Fitness Gallery. Visit one of our 7 store locations for a free home gym layout and design today.
Joint pain is awful when you're the person who is fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see it. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. It's July. The days are long. The light hangs around. Time to be outside, moving, playing, living, and you're sitting it out. Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who are stuck in that cycle of pain in their hips, knees, shoulders, and back, they're finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right in their office. No surgery, long recovery, or putting life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases and the pain lets go. We hear it all the time, not just from patients, but from the people around them. He's back. She's herself again. So if this sounds like you or someone you love, go find out what's possible. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to see if you're a candidate. Call 303-900-8986, 303-900-8986, with locations in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and The Springs. It's QC Kinetics.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. They have amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, Rocks, Heating and Air.
Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're breaking down the Broncos roster with a player, position, or group every single day. As training camp gets closer and closer, it's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover. Hanging out with Cecil Lammey. We're going to get to Riley Moss in just a moment. But, Cece, about 10:50 today, you and I started listing off quarterbacks.
Yeah, that we'd rather have than Jarrett Stidham
as the Broncos' backup QB.
I want to know, get in the hunt today, to shout out Irvin Joe, get in the hunt today with giving us a backup quarterback that you'd rather have than Jarrett Stidham. Be as ridiculous as possible. You mentioned Brock Osweiler. Like, hey, what's Brock Osweiler doing? So I kind of want to have some fun with that. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 and our YouTube chat powered by Sean Ponda. Check us out and let us know. Just have some fun. Send us a backup quarterback. Maybe it's serious. Maybe you do want Jimmy Garoppolo. Garoppolo saying he's not retiring. He wants to play the right situation. Isn't Denver the right situation for Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, a Super Bowl contender. You're right there. You get to work with Sean Payton. Eastern Illinois connection, because that's a connection that he and Sean have. Also,
Correct.
Mike Shanahan, Eastern Illinois. So, like, Jimmy G saying he's not retiring kind of got me to thinking, and you and I don't like Jarrett Stidham anyway. It's nothing personal. It's just the play on the field. The dude disappointed this team in the biggest game of the season.
Well, and it's the way he carries himself off the field,
Oh,
too.
I'm the man.
Constantly
I backed up Tom
telling
Brady.
us
I'm
he
the
backed up
best.
Tom, that he should be a starter in the NFL.
Right.
The guy was surprised when he lost a QB competition to Bo Nix. Like, really?
To a first-round pick of a guy that had 61 starts in college.
Yeah,
Come on.
exactly. And then he went up there and did the whole hazing of Bo Nix, and Bo's going to buy him all this wine. And, you know, I get it with the carrying the pads and all this and that, but it's like, dude, you're Jarrett Stidham. You've had one good game your entire NFL career, and you're acting like you're Peyton Manning standing up at the podium holding comedy hour with the local media.
Right.
So, yes, I don't want Jarrett Stidham on my team. You don't want Jarrett Stidham on your team. So text us 303-713-1043 or the YouTube chat as well. Who would you rather have as a Broncos backup QB in 2026? Ridiculous is great. Serious is great, too, because we're definitely being serious about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
We are being ridiculous about Brock Osweiler.
It takes both, right? We'll take both answers.
Let's break down Riley Moss, Cease, because he faced 116 targets in coverage last season, the most in the NFL, despite spending 7 minutes and 1 second in tight coverage, a minute and 23 seconds longer than the next closest player in the league. 7 minutes, 1 second doesn't sound all that impressive, but the average NFL play is like 5 seconds long.
Right.
So that adds up to a pretty good chunk. 53.4% completion percentage, which was tied for the 11th lowest among 61 outside corners who faced at least 50 targets. Are you on the Riley Moss bandwagon in what is ultimately a contract year for him?
Yeah, the thing is, Riley Moss is about ready to get paid, and if he balls out the way that he did post the bye week last week when he cut down those penalties, then he is going to get paid, and it's not going to be by the Denver Broncos. The Broncos, I am curious is the right word. Why don't we hear more about Jahdae Barron pushing Riley Moss? You know what I mean? Like,
former first-round pick.
That's something that a first-round pick entering is another season here in the 24 season, and of course the third season now. Like, shouldn't we be in line to hear more about that?
You would think so.
Hey, this guy we took in the first round, he's pushing for a starting job. That's why you took him in the first round, right? You didn't take him in the first round to be your fourth corner, because he's your fourth corner behind Jaquan, behind Riley, behind Pat Surtain. Then Jahdae Barron's there. If you want to put him above Chris Abrams-Drain, and I'm not even sure if you're going to do that right now. Guy played 4 snaps in the AFC Championship game. So Riley Moss has a lot to prove this year. He did clean up the penalties, wearing the boxing gloves in practice so he doesn't grab guys anymore. If he cleans things up, and if he gets, let's say, 3 or 4 interceptions, which sounds fair, even though the Broncos leader in interceptions last year was Dondrea Tillman with 2. and Jaquan tied it with 2 with that one against Buffalo, which, yes, Bills fans, was a pick. But for me, Riley Moss balls out, he's going to get paid. It's just not going to be here. So expect the best version of Riley Moss. Wherever you stand on Moss, expect the best version for him this year, because that means he's going to get paid.
Yeah, and I think Riley Moss is a polarizing player for a reason. I am not a huge fan of Riley Moss. I've made that abundantly clear every time I'm on these airwaves. It feels like I look up and it's 3rd and 17. He's either giving up a long pass or he's committing a penalty. And we can get into all we want of, are those flags just? And is Riley Moss the white cornerback being profiled by NFL officials? I don't know if I buy any of that stuff. I just think that Riley Moss is a guy who gets a little too handsy on deep balls. And referees are trained on deep balls to throw the flag. And the problem is, that can be a 40-yard flag.
Yeah.
That can be a 45-yard flag. Pass interference is a spot foul. And if he does that deep down the field, it's going to cost the Broncos. Does Riley Moss try his heart out? Of course he does. Does he give max effort? He does. But I'm just not so sure if you spent a first-round pick on Jahdae Barron, why Riley Moss is still in your plans.
Right.
Barron won the Thorpe Award. Best cornerback in college. Beat out Travis Hunter.
Yep.
In a perfect world, my starters are Jahdae Barron on one side, obviously Pat Surtain on the other, and in the nickel, I'm rolling with Jaquan McMillan. And yes, by the way, I am paying Jaquan McMillan as well, and I'm either trading or letting Riley Moss walk next offseason. Am I crazy?
No, not at all, because Jaquan McMillan, that slot corner specialty, and I love Chris Abrams-Drain, but Jaquan McMillan's just better now. So you can secure the services of a slot corner when you've drafted for the outside. You've drafted Jahdae Barron to be an outside corner. I know that he was a star and he could move around. Your need is an outside corner.
Correct.
Put him there. There's CB next to his name, right? I don't need any floating. He's maybe a safety and maybe he's a nickel and maybe he's a boundary guy. No, make him a starter. Get him ready. I think the development of Jahdae Barron, low-key, is one of the kind of battles, and it's a battle with himself, honestly. But it's one of those battles we got to watch in the preseason. Oh, the Broncos are set. They're running it back, and there's nothing to watch. No. There's future Broncos starters that we need to watch, and I consider Jahdae Barron as such. Why aren't we hearing more about Jahdae Barron? I would love the news cycle, the conversation, his play at training camp, for all of us to be undeniable when we talk about, whoa, that former first-rounder, Broncos got it right. And his second year now, the 2025 pick, but like the Broncos got it right with Jahdae Barron. I would love to hear that. I would love to witness that. But we're not talking about that yet because he hasn't done it.
Yeah, and I would never use the B word, bust, on a first-round pick after one season.
Right.
But unfortunately, I feel like Jahdae Barron is maybe a little bit trending in that direction. Maybe just a little bit.
Well, why is it so quiet? That's my thing, and I agree with you. Right, just a tiny step over there. But it's like, why does he play 4 snaps in the AFC Championship game? You're not a rookie by that time. You're deep into the playoffs. You're one game to the Super Bowl, and he's got immense physical talent. And a first-rounder should be able to get on the field ahead of even Jaquan McMillan.
He should, but he hasn't for whatever reason. All right, to bring it back to Moss, Cecil, I've used this with Mims. I'm going to use it with Moss.
Yeah.
I think there's 3 scenarios here, right? 1, you just let the season play out on his current deal. 2, you extend him. You say, hey, Riley Moss is a part of our plans moving forward. Here's a fancy new contract. Or 3, you trade him. Which of the 3 do you think happens with Moss? We'll get into Mims a little later because I've had some good debates. But specifically with Moss, is he getting extended? Are they letting him play out? Or are they trading him?
I think that this is where Barron comes back in the conversation, because if Barron was balling out, the trade thing would be on the table, and it's just not. Unless I see Jahdae Barron look completely different in year 2 than he did in year 1, which is possible. Mm-hmm. It's possible. I got to get my eyes on him. First time at training camp. It's going to be awesome. But it's like, if we knew, oh, they got that guy, they got a stud. You know what I mean? We talked about JFM. Why would you let JFM go? Maybe Savion Jones is a stud. You know, we've seen this before in Broncos history as well. If we knew more about Barron, then trading Riley Moss would be pretty sweet. It's delectable almost, like just thinking about that. Like, what could you get back for a Riley Moss? And I'm talking player. You're in a Super Bowl window. I ain't worried about picks, girl. George Payton's F them picks, right? I don't care. I'm not worried about that. I'm thinking about what kind of players. Where could you patch some things up? What are you looking for if you could trade a Riley Moss? That could be something significant.
Yeah.
If Barron was balling out, you knew that you had a guy behind the guy, right? I'll do the swingers thing. You're the guy behind the guy. Like, no. That we don't yet know that about Barron. So that way, I'm going to answer your question merely this way. You probably just let him play it out. Honestly, you're probably not going to extend him. That money should go to Jaquan McMillan. So because of that, you're probably not going to trade him because you don't know yet if you can trust Jahdae Barron. And just by process of elimination, that means you're going to play it out. And it's good for Riley. Hey, go ball out. You're going to get paid majorly. And there might be a team willing to make him a number 1 corner. There might. I know you disagree with that. I would disagree with that. I like him as a number 2. But somebody might see that and go, he could be a number 1. It happens all the time. And if that happens and he's paid like a number 1 corner, he's certainly not going to be here.
All right, well, we hit on 2 of the most polarizing players on the Broncos in one segment, Jarrett Stidham and Riley Moss. And, oh, boy, the RamosLaw.com text line.
Let us know those backups.
Is on fire with backup QBs you'd rather have than Jarrett Stidham. We'll hit some of those and check our X coming up next.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League? And is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy. And if he does that, man, this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's SodaDietNutrition.com. That is how I lost 60 pounds 5 years ago, and I'm never going back because of the dynamic diet that a degreed nutritionist put together for me, specifically, Cecil Lammy. And it was awesome because that custom fit meal program, custom fit for me, for my lifestyle. Listen, I'm busy all the time. I'm working all the time. Yep. Thought I was too busy to exercise. Thought I was too busy to eat the right way. Totally wrong. Totally off. It was SodaDietNutrition.com that got me on the right track, that lost me those 60 pounds 5 years ago, and I'm never going back. Because they always say that's the hardest thing, right, to keep the weight off. But when Soda teaches you how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, that means you can last beyond that, and you can last forever. I can stay this weight, and I can get healthy and stay healthy. That's what I did with SodaDietNutrition.com, and right now you can get 4 weeks free. Their big summer offer. Call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. Call 866-800-SODA, S-O-T-A, and mention the fan, mention me, Cecil Lammy, and hey, get 4 weeks free. Yes, please. And 4 weeks from now, you can have your confidence back, your swagger back. You can drop that weight, and it can be glorious. It's SodaDietNutrition.com. That's S-O-T-A, dietnutrition.com, because soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Men, erectile dysfunction can affect much more than just your sex life. It can create stress in relationships, leading to feelings of anxiety or embarrassment, and impact your overall confidence and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and we specialize in treating men's sexual health issues to help men find solutions that fit their individual needs. ED is a frustrating condition, and many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. But the good news is that if you're like most men, we have the answer. Our licensed medical providers will evaluate your specific medical situation and recommend a plan designed for you. And these advanced medical therapies work, with treatments having success rates of well over 90%, which means you and the one you love can have great sex again without the fear and worry of ED. You can even last up to an hour or more, and you may just find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air. Welcome to winning country.
Colorado's 150th birthday. What do you even get the state that has everything? Wildflowers, sunshine, 4 seasons in a single day? Seems like that's covered. How about the new 150th birthday scratch game from the Colorado Lottery? It's loaded with $150 prizes for you and helps give back to Colorado's great outdoors. Happy birthday, old buddy. Don't remember you celebrating my birthday, but I guess you're the big shot here. New 150th birthday scratch. Must be 18 to play.
When our grandfather started Williams Jewelers in 1947 as a humble little neighborhood jewelry shop, he could not have imagined how big his dreams would grow. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. Today, thanks to you, Williams Jewelers is not only one of America's largest fine jewelers.
We're Colorado's premier jeweler, with more of the world's top designers than any other store, including Roberto Coin, Marco Biccigo, Kwiat, Hearts on Fire, Mikimoto, and dozens more.
An entire diamond and bridal department with the latest engagement ring styles and wedding bands from Tacori, A. Jaffe, and Gabriel & Company.
Add to that our legendary Swiss watch collections and service center, and you have the only jeweler you'll ever need.
With over 30 jewelry professionals, master goldsmiths, and watchmakers to serve you at Williams Jewelers, you'll still always be treated just like our grandfather would.
Like family.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
I love check your ex.
Social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
We'll check our ex. We'll check the RamosLaw.com text line as well. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover. We asked your great texters, Cease.
Yeah.
Who would you rather have a backup quarterback than Jarrett Stidham?
The Tribe. Get in the hunt today, Tribe.
And these are some good ones. A few I want to hit on. Can't give everyone a shout-out because there's so many of them, hundreds of them. But we're getting a lot of Uncle Rico. Lot of Uncle Rico.
Yes, you could go to movies. You could say Keanu Reeves in The Replacements, whatever character name was in Replacements. Why can't I remember his name?
Adam Sandler in Longest Yard.
There you go.
Could still ball.
Right.
Yeah. Handful of Paxton Lynch's, which kind of cracked me up. I believe he was playing in that indoor league.
He just hurt his knee.
And he got hurt again, so you feel bad for Paxton. John Elway, popular suggestion on the RamosLaw.com text line.
Yeah.
Saw a couple Gary Kubiaks as well.
You had
Peyton
suggested
Manning.
Gary Kubiak off air when we were coming up with this shtick, and I was like, I love that, dude. I love that. I love being ridiculous because Jarrett Stidham is not good at football. Get him out of here. I don't need to see Jarrett Stidham on this Broncos roster. So if you want to I would rather have Kendall Hinton at backup quarterback. I don't care what it is. Make it funny. Make it interesting. Make it realistic, right? Jimmy Garoppolo says he's not retiring. That came out. Mike Garafolo had that on Twitter. There's your check your ex. So because of that, wouldn't we all rather have Jimmy G than Jarrett? I've seen enough of Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah,
I don't need
good.
to see the mullet anymore. Get him out of here.
Some other ones coming in. Colin Kaepernick, interesting one. Peyton Manning again.
Okay.
Phillip Rivers.
Oh,
Phillip Rivers just played last year.
He did.
In Indianapolis. A couple people like your Kendall Hinton vibes as well. Zach Wilson. Now, we're being silly, but Zach Wilson maybe not so silly.
Yeah.
I thought they made a mistake keeping Jarrett Stidham over
Yes.
Zach Wilson.
Well, when you look at natural physical talent, can't we both say that Zach Wilson's talent is off the charts compared to Jarrett Stidham?
Absolutely.
Like, Zach Wilson is an incredibly physically talented player, and right now he's battling for the number 2 spot, really, with the Saints because they have Tyler Shough as their starter. Guy played a million years. He played so long that he played with Juwan Johnson 8 years ago in college.
Wow.
That's how long ago Tyler
fun
Shough
fact.
played. But because of that, they have Spencer Rattler, who's terrible. And then they have Zach Wilson, who's, I don't know, but I'd rather take a chance on Zach Wilson to be a Sam Darnold. There's other Sam Darnolds out there, by the way. Maybe it is Drew Lock. Maybe Drew gets a chance somewhere else after being a backup for years. But, like, there's other Sam Darnolds out there. I know for a fact it's not Jarrett Stidham. So get me that guy with some of that upside, like Zach Wilson. Yes, please. And he's the third guy with New Orleans. Give me Jimmy Garoppolo. Give me Zach Wilson. a lot of different options other than Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, I definitely think the Broncos need to address that between now and September 14th in Kansas City.
I'd rather see Davis Webb play backup quarterback.
I was just about to come on air and say, can we just have Davis Webb double dip here? Does he want to be the OC and in case of emergencies, backup quarterback?
Exactly. There you go. Could make it happen.
Well, we'll see if the Broncos do indeed make a change there. The AFC title game, in my eyes, was plenty of evidence you needed to make a change, but hasn't happened yet. All right, let's check our X. This from Adam Schefter 55 minutes ago. One is finally done. The Raiders and number 1 overall pick Fernando Mendoza reached agreement today. 4-year, $57.2 million contract with the Raiders. Rookies having reported to camp, Mendoza can get to work. I didn't expect this to be a holdout, anything like that, but $58 million, $57.2 to Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
What are your expectations for the Rook in year one? Will he even get on the field with Kirk Cousins also in Las Vegas?
Yeah, and I'd say that's tied in directly. Like, how much longer can Kirk Cousins play at an acceptable level? And I'm not, looking at the Raiders' schedule right now, but just put it about week 8. I think you give Cousins a month or 2 as their starter, which means if it is week 8 and you're the Denver Broncos, well, you play Vegas in week 11 and week 15. So you might get that rookie coming out of the bye November 22nd. That's your first time against the Las Vegas Raiders at home and Empower Field at Mile High. That might be around Mendoza's debut. So I think it's about halfway through the year you're going to see Mendoza.
Would love to see Nick Bonito welcome Fernando Mendoza to the NFL.
Like it.
All right, what do you got for me, Cease?
This is from the CBS Evening News. Do you thrift at all? Like, I was in Lake Tahoe for 2 weeks, a couple thrift shops. All those beach shops and stuff. Yeah. Kings Beach and all that kind of stuff. So
I think thrifting's fun. I played golf with my dad yesterday. I said, I like your shirt. Where'd you get it? And he said, I bought it for $1 at a thrift shop in Florida. A cool-looking golf shirt. But I said, was it literally $1? He said, it may have even been less than that $1. So I like thrifting.
Okay, so I got me a Tommy Bahama shirt. I actually found, and it's the real silk, like amongst the other like Hawaiian shirts at this thrift shop, it was like $20, right? So I was super happy. Well, not as happy as this 19-year-old. Get this. A 19-year-old thrift shopper just paid $3.07 for what turned out to be Wilt Chamberlain's warm-up jacket from the 1972 NBA Finals.
No way.
It was appraised, authenticated, and the jacket sold at auction for nearly $90,000.
Oh
my
the
God!
Thrift of the century,
now,
right
it's
there.
a cool old like a shooting jacket. Remember those from the 70s and 80s and stuff. And I have a Knicks shooting shirt that
I've
Chad
seen you
Anders
wear it,
got
yeah.
me. That is actual game-used Knicks shooting shirt from back in the day. And it's cool. It's super huge, but still, like, so this kid, 19-year-old kid, they got a picture of him right here. He, thrifting, he sees a Lakers, it's the old button-up where they could rip off the snaps and just, they got their jersey on, whatever. So he gets this Lakers snap-up, button-up shirt, and it just happens to be not just a shirt from the 72 NBA Finals. It happens to be Wilt Chamberlain's warm-up jacket.
How big is
from
this
the 72 NBA Finals?
jacket? Well, Chamberlain was a large man.
Yeah, he was a large man. So this thrifter, they do have a picture of the jacket here. I'll show you in a little bit.
But he bought it for less than $4.
Yeah, $3.07.
And is selling it for $90,000.
$90,000 is what it went for at auction. That's the ultimate thrift story. Like, there's no other thrift store. I got a Tommy Bahama shirt for $20. They're like $80 new, right? Something like that, $100 maybe. Like that's a bargain, but that's not that big of a deal. $90,000. Oh my God! As someone who hunts comic books, as someone who collects shoes and cars and comic books and all sorts of stuff, that's the ultimate fishing story, right? No one's ever going to top that. I was at a thrift store. I found Wilt Chamberlain's 1972 NBA Finals shooting shirt.
John, what do you think of that?
Love it. Yeah, he does love it.
He loves it. What do you got for me, Steve?
This one coming in from DraftKings. NFL players whose first names you might not have known.
Okay.
For example, do you know Dak Prescott's real first name?
So it's not Dak.
Nope.
I could guess. I'll go with Michael.
Rain.
Rain. How do you spell Rain?
Rayne.
Interesting.
Rain Prescott.
I think that's actually a cool name. Why did he go from Rain to Dak? Do we
Don't
know that story?
CeeDee Lamb's real name. Do you know CeeDee's real first name?
Joseph.
Close. Not really. Sidarian.
Okay.
So CD, Sidarian. Okay, I get that. CJ Stroud. Do you know CJ Stroud's real name?
Charles John.
Coleridge. Coleridge Stroud.
Where's the J come from?
I have no idea. Speaking of J, not that kind of J. Get your mind out of the stoner shop. Do you know J.K. Dobbins' real first name?
Oh, I do feel like I've seen this one before.
You've seen it, but
now,
do
does
you
this have
remember
a
it?
J and a K?
Yes.
Jonah Kevin.
Did you just look at Kevin Kistner and say that?
I was like, I need
Kevin.
I was gonna go Keith, and then I see Kevin. I'm like, let's go Kevin.
It's Jacalyn. Jacalyn Dobbins.
Okay.
And then let's see. I'm not going to do Tua's real first name because I could never pronounce that. I have enough problem with Tagovailoa. Trevor Lawrence's real name is William Lawrence. T. Higgins' real name is Tamaris Higgins.
Okay.
DK Metcalf's real name is DeKalyn Metcalf. And the final one, do you know Matthew Stafford's real first name?
I assumed it was Matthew.
It's John.
Really?
It's probably John Matthew Stafford.
Sure.
And this is from DraftKings on Twitter, so they would never lie. But like A.J. Brown's real name, first name is Arthur. Arthur. Harry met Sally. Look it up. Arthur Brown. So, and Sauce Gardner's real name is, of course, we should know this, Ahmad. Just came out of college a few years ago. So, Ahmad Gardner instead of Sauce Gardner. I just thought it was funny because we just caught it's CeeDee Lamb, it's Dak Prescott, it's Matthew Stafford. I guess not.
Well, his name's John. Imagine if the last 20 years of being an NFL fan, you knew him as John Stafford, right? And then we sat here today and you said his actual name's Matthew. It would kind of blow your mind. Like the amount of times you said Matthew Stafford on the airwaves, I don't know, hundreds of them, if not thousands, you would have been calling him John Stafford all these years. So
it's weird.
Interesting. Is your birth certificate named Cecil?
Yes, Cecil Paul Lammy. I'm named after my grandfather's.
There you go. My name is William. On my birth certificate. I have two middle names. We won't divulge both of those, although they've been said before. All right, can the Broncos get back to the AFC title game? Will they host it? Let's answer that question, plus a Jonathan Cooper and stadium update coming up next.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League? And is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy. And if he does that, man, this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
Hey, this is Rob Biandino at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. If you've been injured in a car accident or property damage, you need our help. I handle all my cases personally. I know all the medical experts, all the damage experts to get you the most for your injuries and your damages. If you're injured in an accident, call me. I will go to war for you. The insurance company knows that I'm a trial lawyer. That will get you more money, a better settlement at the end of the day. Give me a ring, 720-706-5151. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
High prices are here to stay. Gas, groceries, insurance. And if you're a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt? Then you second guess yourself because of that low mortgage rate you currently have. Listen, that that low rate, it's not saving you if you're drowning in credit card interest at 25% or more. That's the math no one wants to face, but it's costing you thousands. Here's the truth. If you're only making minimum payments, that debt will follow you for years. That's why people are calling American Financing, because they're saving customers an average of $800 a month by using their equity to finally break free from credit card debt. You owe it to your family to see what's possible. There's no upfront fees, no pressure. It costs you nothing to find out what you could save every month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. So call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. Average savings based on borrowers who save over $200.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it?
Man, the text line is cracking us up during the break. 303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com. Text line if you want to get in. Got a couple Phillip Lindsays, baby. Cecil Lammy, we asked for folks to text us who they'd rather have at backup quarterback than Jarrett Stidham.
Right.
And the guy who'll be sitting in your chair in about 2 hours, Phillip Lindsay, getting some love.
Why is Jarrett Stidham so damn popular? Because we're getting a lot of answers, and many of them are better than Jarrett Stidham, even as ridiculous as some may seem.
We rattled off a bunch last segment. If you missed it, you can go back and check those out. But some fresh ones. Got some Chad Kelly in here. Swag. Okay. You know, hopefully no Halloween parties. But other than that, love to see Swag get another shot.
I still remember the day before that party, and I knew things were trending towards Chad Kelly playing. So I asked Vance Joseph, then head coach, in a press conference, like, hey, you know, what's your trust level with Chad Kelly? Just to get him to talk about Chad Kelly and then to talk about trust, again, knowing that things were trending towards Chad Kelly was going to play for this team.
Mm-hmm.
And then that night, Vance Joseph tells me in that press conference, public comment, I trust Chad Kelly. That night he gets beat up by a vacuum cleaner.
That did not age well. Was he Woody or Buzz?
He was Woody.
He was Woody.
He was Woody, yeah. And
obviously a big man.
Yeah, and thank God it wasn't much more serious than that. Because if you come into somebody's house unannounced like that, like it could end a much different way. So
could end in tragedy for sure.
Yep.
Shane Falco was who you were thinking of. By the way.
Yes.
Our texters are great. A lot of people. You said Keanu Reeves in the replacement. You'd rather have him as the backup than Jarrett Stidham. Shane Falco is who you were thinking.
Yes. Give me that Falco jersey.
And then this one, maybe this falls in the serious category. Shedeur Sanders. Would Shedeur Sanders be available in a trade from the Cleveland Browns? And again, we're having fun with this because it's still the offseason. We're creeping toward the very end of the offseason, but we're having a good time here on a Thursday.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, would you rather have Shedeur Sanders or Jarrett Stidham as Bo Nix's backup?
Shedeur Sanders, period, 1,000%. Like with all the drama, because Shedeur Sanders here behind Bo Nix would be a pain in our ass. It just would be, because there would be a group and a collection of people be like, just put in Shedeur every time Bo had like an incomplete pass.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not the case. Bo Nix is that's not what should happen. But if we just say, hey, straight backup, replacing Jarrett Stidham, would I rather have Shedeur Sanders? Yes. And honestly, I think Cleveland should start Shedeur Sanders. Don't know if they will because Deshaun Watson or whatever, but, like, what are we doing? Aren't you building for the future? Like, shouldn't you build for the future with those two rookie wide receivers? What, Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion? Like, yeah, Jerry Jeudy, whatever, but they've got Harold Fannin. They got Quinshon Judkins. They've got a group of young players that are very talented. Deshaun Watson isn't taking you anywhere. Shedeur Sanders might not take you anywhere, but at least you get to learn about him and see if he could play. So I don't think any trade could happen because I think Shedeur wins the starting job for Cleveland.
Okay, well, I know a lot of Buffs fans will be rooting for that for sure. The last one on this for now, but you can keep them coming. We'll get to more in the next couple hours. The 2-4-4-3. How about Peyton Manning's kid as the backup QB? Marshall. We saw that picture with Marshall and Bo.
Yes.
I believe Marshall's in the 9th grade now in high school.
Okay.
I know he's not playing in Denver anymore. Peyton still lives in Denver, obviously, but Marshall's out east in Tennessee. But, yeah, I saw the pic, and people are starting to say, and this, to me, this gets a little dicey because the kid's, 14 years old?
Yeah.
That he looks like he's going to be better than Arch. And Arch looks like he could be a future number 1 pick. So it's like, man, you think about the Manning legacy. Of course, Archie Manning, and then Peyton Manning, then Eli Manning.
Yep.
Maybe next year, Roger Goodell saying with the first overall pick, so-and-so selects Arch Manning, quarterback, University of Texas. And then give it 7-8 years from now with the first overall pick, so-and-so selects Marshall Manning, quarterback as well. When you got brothers and uncles and cousins, the Manning last name is just going to continue to live on and on. Do you think you do a lot of college scouting for us? Do you think Arch Manning's got number 1 pick in his future?
Yeah, I mean, he should have. It's been maybe not as clean as you would have needed it to have been, but he's still got time, obviously, with this year with Texas, and we'll see. Certainly great passing skill from Arch Manning, and that's going to get that in his name, reputation. If he plays as expected this year, which he never really has, to be honest. Arch Manning's been kind of disappointing with some of his play. If he plays as expected, then it's a lock at number 1 overall.
Interesting. All right, so I teased, can the Broncos get back to the AFC title game, and will they host it? Let's answer that question along with some individual awards here. We're with you till about 12:25, so not going anywhere for a while. Get back to Jonathan Cooper in the stadium as well. But see, will they get back to the AFC title game? Because, let's be honest, when you get to a place the year before, that to me now becomes the floor. And I understand that's a really tough floor, making the Final Four of the NFL, but I will be disappointed if the Denver Broncos don't at least reach the AFC title game. And people are going to say, whoa. That's what you got to do in sports. You got to continue to build. The Avalanche built, always lost in the second round, finally got through it, won a cup in 22. The Nuggets and the Nikola Jokic era, they had some really frustrating playoff losses. Jamal Murray ripped his ACL a year they thought they could have won it all. They didn't. He finally gets back. They build to a title. For me, is it unfair to say that it's a failure of a season unless you reach the AFC title game at a bare minimum?
Well, I'll take what Greg Penner told Andrew Mason a year ago. After the loss in Buffalo in the wild card round, Greg Penner told our guy Mace, hey, getting back to the wild card round and losing is not progress. That's not success. So based on that logic from the man, from Greg Penner himself, then by logic, you would say, well, getting back to the AFC Championship game but not winning is not seen as progress. It's not seen as success. And honestly, only one team's successful every year. Last year it was Seattle. So this year, the ultimate success and the eyes on the prize for the Broncos, which is great because this isn't a team that is just like, hey, guys, we'll be around the playoffs. Super Bowl. Maybe publicly they don't say it. Maybe they do. I don't even care if they do. Sean said last year he likes the way that they operate within the pressure of knowing they're a Super Bowl contending team.
Well, and real quick, Bo did say it a month ago.
Yeah.
Remember to Kevin Kistner's question, he said, I want to win the Super Bowl and I want to win MVP.
Right. And that's the thing. He tells Kevin, he tells the public, this is what he wants. Go make it happen because your path is going to unfold from that action. I never like, and I understand like PR or whatever, but I never like when teams or players are afraid to talk about the end game, right? Think about the end. They're afraid to talk about what their ultimate goal is because they don't want to jinx it or whatever, like superstitious. Forget all that. And Alex, get ready because I almost cussed there. Like, forget all that. There's another word I could use there. Forget that.
You went with forget all that.
Talk about it and then be about it because you have to be about it. But to be about it, you have to talk about it. You have to have the goal in mind. so that you can reach said goal. And yeah, we're a bunch of slappies. We're a bunch of muggles in the media. Okay, just tell us. We want to win the Super Bowl. This is a team that's going to win the Super Bowl. This is a team that's angling to win the Super Bowl. It's okay to say Super Bowl as your dream because it is anyway. Whether you tell us or not, we know the truth. The truth is you want to win it all. Go ahead and say it. You are a Super Bowl contending team. You should say it, and say it with your chest, as Kevin Hart would say.
Well, and they said it last year coming off a 10-7 season when they lost in the wild card round. So why wouldn't you say it this year?
Right.
Coming off a 14-3 record, a number 1 seed, an epic, memorable win over the Bills in the playoffs, and then an AFC title game that your quarterback broke his ankle, and that's why you lost. So, yeah, I think they'll say it. I think Sean will say it. Now, it's funny. You remember, this is the time of year that Sean talks to the national guys. And he doesn't know if he's on the record or off the record. And he's usually
How does he not know that, by
always
the way?
on the record. And then he has too many lattes, and he tells Jarrett Bell of USA Today that Hackett did the worst coaching job in NFL history. And then last year, I believe it was Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports. You remember that day at training camp? Everyone started looking at their phone.
Yeah.
And going, Sean said what? Sean said what? Because it was those Super Bowl comments. It was Bo being a top 5 QB in the NFL.
Yep.
Like, I promise you, in the next, call it 2 weeks, there will be some big national article where Sean Payton says something bold and crazy, and everyone loses their minds over it.
Yeah, that's the thing. So we'll continue to watch that. Sean loves talking to the national media. I wish he loved talking to local media, but whatever.
He does sometimes, though. He'll have those like
Sometimes.
32-minute press conferences.
Sometimes. That's when he wants to hear himself talk. But, I mean, I wish he would give us stuff. Because when he wants to hear himself talk, we get 32 minutes of, hey, in New Orleans we did this. Hey, Mickey Loomis wears this. Like, oh, my God. For the love of God, I don't need any more New Orleans stories. New Orleans is great. Beignets are awesome. Cafe Du Monde is awesome. Pat O'Brien's is awesome. Bourbon Street, French Quarter. It's all great. Lagniappe. Yes, I love it. I love it all, Sean. I just don't need to hear Sean Payton talk about it anymore. You're not the Saints coach, girl. You're the Broncos coach, and he's got enough skins on the wall with the Broncos to only have Broncos stories. This is a team that's set to win the Super Bowl. Now go out and do this thing.
All right, the ultimate goal is indeed the Super Bowl, but what about individual awards? Let's chat about those here for a few minutes.
Okay.
So I've got the MVP odds in front of me. Josh Allen is the favorite at 6.5 to 1. Then you go the usual suspects, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Matthew Stafford, Justin Herbert, yada, yada, yada. Bo Nix, the highest Bronco, and it's not even close, is 35 to 1 to win NFL MVP. Do the Broncos have a shot to have the MVP on their roster? And would it only be Bo? I can't imagine a scenario where any other Bronco wins MVP not named Bo Nix.
Yeah, it's a quarterback award, basically. Now, if, let's say, Jalen Waddle was fed in the way that Jackson Smith and Jigba is fed with the Seattle Seahawks, because what's going on now, and I'll do a little fantasy tip, like in the world of fantasy football, everyone's going, who's the JSN? Who's the and by the way, JSN's probably not even going to be JSN this year, based on more Rashid Shaheed, maybe a little bit more Cooper Kupp, etc. But still, I look at Jalen Waddle and I go, could you treat him like JSN? Could you give him 200 targets? I mean, maybe.
Right.
But if you did that, then Jalen Waddle wouldn't be the MVP. Bo Nix. Yeah, Bo Nix would be the MVP. So I believe there's a 4,000-yard season coming for Bo Nix. Maybe it's 4,200 yards. I believe that he's going to get 25 to 30 passing touchdowns. I believe he's going to get 30 to 35 total touchdowns, rushing and passing. And is that MVP numbers? No, but at least he's not going to be a fake MVP candidate the way Drake May was last year. He didn't play anybody, didn't put up the numbers that you should have. And Matthew Stafford was always the real MVP, or Jack Stafford, or whatever his real name is. Like, he was always the real MVP. So Bo Nix won't be in the conversation, but I love nothing more than proving people wrong. In fact, in my entire life, I hope people tell me I can't do something, because then I'm going to go do it. Bo Nix is cut from a similar cloth of like, I can't be MVP? Watch me. This is a kid that answered the phone. You want to win a Super Bowl when he was drafted. Not hi, not how's it going, not wow, what an honor to be drafted in the first round, not oh my God, I can't believe I'm the 6th quarterback and Todd McShay had me as a 3rd rounder. No, it was you want to win a Super Bowl. So because of that standard, Bo Nix, go prove them all wrong. Go, I don't care. Give me the Han Solo would say, don't tell me the odds. No, tell me the odds, girl. Bo Nix, go beat the odds.
35 to 1 to win MVP. I'll give you a little pushback. You said he won't be in the conversation. I actually think Bo could creep into the MVP conversation this year. He kind of sort of snuck his way into the very outside looking in November and December last year.
Yeah.
I think if the Broncos are looking at back-to-back 1 seeds, back-to-back AFC West titles, the Davis Webb experiment works great.
Yeah.
The offense is humming. They're averaging, call it, 27, 28 points per game. They're putting up big numbers. I'll give you, again, baby pushback. I do see a world where you and Dover are sitting here in November, December, talking about Bo Nix having top 5 odds to be the NFL MVP.
Okay.
I can see it happening.
Okay.
I can see it happening.
Well, I would love to see it happen. And again, pretty much with anything I said, yeah, prove it wrong. Prove me wrong. Go, Bo. If Bo. But here's the thing that I don't like. Can I tell you something? Can I reveal myself in a very not embarrassing way, but just in a way that I've never really said this before on air? Can I tell you this today?
Sure. Are you sure you want to?
Well, here's the thing, and maybe it's just me, so this is probably just me. I don't like when the things that I love get bandwagon jumpers on, like Metallica, right? When I was a Metallica fan in the 80s, and everyone at Grover thought I was just, stoned out of my mind, listening, doing acid and listening to this Metallica devil music, and then you know what happened? And the Black Album came out in 91. Every one of my damn classmates that made fun of me for liking Metallica were like, "Oh, I love the Black Album." Shut your mouth. So the thing that I hate is when the national wait until Stephen A, right? Because ESPN's only got Stephen A and McAfee left. So wait till one of those two guys goes on ESPN's total McAfee Smith show the whole time. Wait till one of those two chuckleheads gets on and they start going, "You know what, guy? I've lost all respect for Sean Payton because Bo Nix needs." Like, imagine that. Imagine McAfee. I played football. I did 7 things on the field. Like, imagine the conversation, the national darling. Do you know what I don't want the Broncos to be? I don't want the Broncos to be the Buffalo Bills. Bills haven't won anything, okay? Bills Mafia, get out of here with that nonsense noise, whatever. Like, I don't want the Broncos to be the Detroit Lions. Do you know what the Lions have been the last few years? Maybe not now because they didn't win. Alex, you got to watch. I'm almost cussing here. They didn't win crap, okay? Do you know what the Lions were? Oh, everybody's sexy, like Super Bowl pick. Oh, God, no, guys, I think the Lions could do it this year. Shut your pie hole. I don't want the Denver Broncos to end up in this, like, some analyst on some Manti Te'o on Good Morning Football is like, "You know what, guys, I think the Broncos can win the Super Bowl." I don't want any of that. Keep doubting the Broncos. Keep doubting Bo Nix because it's just going to taste sweeter when Sean Payton picks up the Lombardi Trophy and from Roger Goodell, who hates him, and says, "This one's for me."
Good rant. I loved it. We went from Metallica to "this one's for me." I'm glad you did
No,
you.
is it just me? Don't you hate when something that you love that's not popular then all of a sudden gets popular and all the bandwagon jumpers come out of everywhere?
Well, let me give you the best example of me in my own life this happened.
Okay.
So in 2007, I was going into my senior year of high school.
Okay.
And my dad was a
You're so
teacher.
young.
My dad was a teacher, so what did he have? He had summers off.
Yeah.
So what did we do the entire summer of 2007? We went to Rockies game after Rockies game after Rockies game together.
Okay.
And it was a blast. And we knew our guy, Ernie, Section 140, shout out, he would let you go sneak down and sit close, or he wasn't paying enough attention, either or. So we would buy the $2 seats in the upper deck. This was 2007. And then we'd go sit 10 rows up.
Nice.
And Coors Field was empty. There was no one there. It was good father-son bonding. The Rockies were pretty good. What happened in September of 2007?
Rocktober.
The Rockies get absurdly scorching hot.
Yes.
And my dad and I had gone to a couple dozen games that summer. Then the playoffs roll around. And we were able to get tickets against the Phillies and the Diamondbacks.
They weren't $2, girl.
They weren't $2, but we were able to at least get in the door.
Yeah.
And then the World Series rolls around.
Oh, boy.
And there was the malicious external attack on the servers for the tickets. And we did end up getting to go to one of the World Series games. It was the game they got swept. But you're talking about bandwagons.
Yeah.
It was so bandwagon. It was so expensive. And it's like, yo, we've been here all summer.
Right.
Let us enjoy the World Series.
Yep.
And you know where I sat to watch the Rockies get swept? Where the party deck is. Remember, those used to be seats.
Yes, right.
That they ripped out. There was a home run to right field. We had no idea what happened because you couldn't see right field because it was covered. So we're like looking around like, did that go out? I don't know.
I have no
Hopefully it went
idea.
over the fence. So that is my bandwagon example. That's where I will agree
It's
with
a
you.
great story.
In 07, man, we were the biggest Rockies fans going to games all the time. And then once the playoffs rolled around, it became absurdly expensive, and everyone, rode their yachts over from Cherry Hills to take our seats. And that was frustrating.
Well, you mentioned how Bo Nix could be in the MVP conversation. I'm not going to say I don't want him in that conversation. I just don't want people that don't know about Bo Nix to all of a sudden think they know Bo Nix. I don't want the people, and yes,
he's our little secret.
Exactly. And I don't want I'm talking about local people. And by the way, come training camp, I'm going to start pointing and calling them out. I don't want the local people that talk crap. Alex, please help me out here. These guys talk crap about Bo Nix. Like all the time. Oh, McShay, this third-round grade. And I know I'm never going to let it go. I'm the guy that didn't let go not drafting Isaiah Pacheco because you had to have Delarian Turner yell. You think I'm going to let the Bo Nix thing go? And for the love of God, I don't want someone that was promoting like, hey, I know football. Bo Nix can't play. I don't want those people to now all of a sudden be like, Bo's the MVP, guys. I love him. You didn't love him when the Broncos drafted him, and we have the receipts. It's called the Nix list. And when the Broncos win the Super Bowl, Kevin Kistner is going to release said list, and all y'all are going to get exposed. So better be careful with what you say about Bo. If you were down with Bo from day one, I love you, man. I appreciate you. If you weren't, get out of here.
All right, I love it. Bo Nix, 35-1 to win MVP. Just to give you perspective, this is a quarterback's award. There's only 2 other Broncos even on the board to be NFL MVP.
PS2.
Jalen Waddle's not. You got one. PS2 is 500-1 to be the NFL MVP.
Who's the other one?
And Nick Bonito is 400-1 to be the NFL MVP. But as we keep the award conversation going, how about Defensive Player of the Year? Could the Broncos have the Defensive Player of the Year? Well, they had it 2 years ago in PS2. Bonito was in the conversation last year till about December when his play fell off a little bit. But I'm happy to report, Cease, that Nick Bonito has the 4th best odds to be the Defensive Player of the Year at 14-1.
Nice.
Pat Surtain in the mix at 50-1. Do you want to take a stab? And I'm putting you on the spot, but
sure.
It's radio. It's fun. Do you want to take a stab at the 3 guys who have better odds than Nick Bonito to be the Defensive Player of the Year?
That are pass rushers?
You've got 3 pass rushers on this list. Myles Garrett is number 1. He is 4-1.
Okay, Myles Garrett. That would be my first one. Probably not TJ Watt. I'm going to guess TJ Watt, but probably not.
He's 30-1, so he's in there, but he is behind Bonito.
He's behind Bonito.
So you're looking for a guy who's 7-1 and another guy that's 10-1. You got Garrett at 4-1. Bonito's 14-1. There's a guy plays in the AFC, good player, 7-1. And then a guy in the NFC, good player, 10-1.
My brain's mush after that rant, so give it to me.
So Will Anderson Jr. has the second best odds from the Houston Texans at 7-1. And then this one surprises me. Aiden Hutchinson from your Lions that you just talked about
right.
at 10-1, PS2 at 50-1. But put it this way, we're having fun with the Bo Nix thing, and it would be great if he's in the conversation, but it would not surprise me at all if either Nick Bonito or Pat Surtain is the Defensive Player of the Year. The best player on the best defense, good case to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Our guy, Matt McChesney, just texted me, what up, McChesney? And he said, it's like CU fans and the Prime Sexuals. Love this segment. Which reminds me of the Tebow mania. When Tebow was here, there were Broncos fans and there were Tebow fans. I didn't like the Tebow fans because you don't like the Broncos. You just like Timmy Tebow. And maybe you like him for the right reasons. He's a great guy and you're a good Christian, all that. That's cool. But you're not a Broncos fan. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing with Prime up in Boulder. All the Prime. Now, maybe that's gone awry because things kind of suck up at Boulder right now, just to be honest. So maybe that's not as prevalent as it was when Travis was there winning the Heisman and Shadour's there doing his thing and legendary and all that kind of stuff. But it's one of those things like the Buffs are ours. Don't be just a Prime fan. Be a Buffs fan. The Broncos are ours. Don't be a Tebow fan. Be a Broncos fan. And the same thing now. I don't want all these guys jumping on Bo Nix. Oh, I love Bo Nix. No, we know you didn't love Bo Nix. We know you talk junk about Bo Nix. You know that Bo Nix doesn't get that national spotlight the way that he should.
All right, good rant. Do you want to? I like the text from McChesney. Don't get me wrong, but do you want to comment on Nick Bonito or Pat Surtain winning Defensive Player of the Year?
I'm here for it.
Okay.
I'm here for it. Right? Any sort of extra awards. I'm the guy, and Dover will tell you this, like the Joker MVP stuff. He should have been 6-time MVP.
Well, he should have.
You're not lying, but am I going to cry about it? Or am I just going to go, the NBA doesn't want Joker to win another MVP? Next.
All right, next on this list, Coach of the Year. You know, it's the worst odds. The worst odds.
Who's that?
To win NFL Coach of the Year. Every coach is listed.
Okay.
The
Aaron
worst.
Glenn?
No.
What? Aaron Glenn doesn't have the worst Coach of the Year
No,
odds?
because remember, they like to give this to a coach that overachieves. So say the Jets go 9-8. Aaron Glenn could win. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily the best coach. It's the best story.
That's true. The best story.
The worst odds to win NFL Coach of the Year, Sean Payton. Wow. He is 80-1 to win Coach of the Year. The favorite at 6.5 to 1 is John Harbaugh. Because he's going to check all those boxes. He went to
New
the
York.
pathetic Giants. He's in New York. He got him back in the playoffs. Jackson Dart's the real deal. That's the thing. So you have John Harbaugh, top of this list, 6.5 to 1, followed by Jesse Minter and Kevin Stefanski. Kellen Moore, Joe Brady, Ben Johnson round out the top 6. Sean Payton's 80-1. In front of Sean Payton, you got Andy Reid at 60-1. You got Nick Sirianni at 65-1. And actually tied for dead last. Open up the Rossini files. Mike Vrabel joins Sean Payton at 80-1.
Yeah, I just want to know if there's collusion. I don't really care who Mike Vrabel's banging or not banging or whatever. Where's the collusion at? Where's the collusion? I don't like that. I don't like the collusion that everyone's hiding from, potential alleged collusion that could be there with Rossini. And the other thing I don't like the NFL getting in bed with prediction markets. Because that's how things change.
Right.
When prediction markets, like you can determine the outcome because you're in a prediction market, leave that to Polymarket or whatever. Like, I think I have a different opinion on sports gambling than many, but it's like, okay, when you get in bed with the devil, you better be careful.
You better be,
that's
for
what
sure.
they're doing. All their relationship with these casinos and the gambling, like, that's what they're doing. The integrity of the sport, and just sports in general, but I'm talking about the NFL, the integrity of the sport means everything to me. And if something attacks that, or you're kind of dancing a fine line of like, hey, is that rigged? I hate it. I hate it.
Can I counter, though, that this segment just provides context, that the odds help provide context in the conversation?
Yes.
That it is an extreme long shot for Sean Payton to win Coach of the Year?
Yes.
I'm not saying anything you're saying is wrong, but I find it interesting that all 32 coaches are listed, and Sean is tied for dead last with Mike Vrabel.
How's Aaron Glenn not? Okay, I get it.
Your
but
boy Aaron Glenn is 30-1 to win Coach of the
that's
Year.
Sean's boy, so
Sean is 80-1.
He's probably going to get fired around week 8. I don't think Aaron Glenn makes the whole season. So
it feels like John Harbaugh, though, if the Giants somehow squeeze into the playoffs.
Oh God, yes.
His award to lose. All right, we'll get to that stuff from Kliss about Cooper and the stadium in a little bit, but in the meantime, is there a certain Broncos player that's getting too much hype? We'll dive into it next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball, look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. And if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing results, you're gaining stubborn weight, losing muscle, sleeping poorly, or just not feeling like yourself anymore, it may be more than just aging. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Our low T and body composition treatments are designed to help men regain energy, improve focus, sleep better, build lean muscle, reduce unwanted fat, and restore confidence both in and out of the gym. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, PSA and T-test, and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Don't worry, Dan. I have full coverage. Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum, when for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. Medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come into the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us 303-LAW-4040. Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
Hey, it's Phil Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Fun conversation about NFL awards that the Broncos could be in the hunt for this year. Offensive Rookie of the Year. Sorry, hate to tell you, it's not going to happen in Denver. Defensive Rookie of the Year. Hate to tell you, it's not going to happen in Denver. I guess your boy Onyeta, maybe, but
maybe.
He's a third-round pick who's going to struggle to see the field. The Broncos are not going to be in the conversation for either Rookie of the Year. I think MVP, we all hope Bo's there.
Okay.
Defensive Player of the Year, certainly Benito and Surtain.
Yeah.
Coach of the Year, even though he has the worst odds, like if Sean Payton, hangs another 14-3 season out there, maybe some people will give him some love. But when you look at big picture awards, and we'll get to this conversation about an overrated Bronco, or perhaps overhyped Bronco in a second, it really feels like if they're going to get some hardware, it's probably Surtain or Benito winning DPOY.
Yeah, and that's the hardware that you would be looking for regular season, and then postseason, of course, the ultimate goal and the ultimate prize. So keep your ideas coming in also as we're doing our Getting the Hunt hat tip to Irv and Joe of give us a backup quarterback that's not Jarrett Stidham that you'd rather have. Jimmy Garoppolo saying he is not going to retire and he's going to look for the right situation. I say that right situation's right here, girl, and that is Jimmy Garoppolo playing for the Denver Broncos and not Jarrett Stidham. So we're having some fun. You said you got a Kyle Sloter text?
Yeah, there was a texter.
You'd rather have Kyle Sloter than Jarrett Stidham. I'm here for it. I love it. It's ridiculous. Obviously never going to happen, but I love it.
It's a good conversation. It's a fun one. They can be serious, as C said. They can be joking around as well. All right. Is there a Bronco that's getting too much hype? So I was on DenverSports Tonight a couple nights ago, and appreciate James Marilat taking the time to join me. And we chatted about the running backs room because Mace had a clip of R.J. Harvey saying he watches film of Christian McCaffrey and Jahmyr Gibbs and Kenneth Walker III. He wrote about it at DenverSports.com. Some national outlets picked it up. Pro Football Talk picked it up because I think it's good on Harvey, right? If you want to be an every down running back, watch every down running backs. Watch dudes that are trusted in all situations. But in that conversation about Harvey, James brought up Jonah Coleman and thinks that maybe he's getting a little too much hype. Now, I'm glad to have this talk with you because you are president of the Jonah Coleman fan club.
Yep.
Explain to me why Jonah Coleman is not overhyped and actually will be a key part of the 2026 Broncos.
Yeah, and a key part because he is the guarantee on the box, to quote Tommy Boy. And the thing is, last year they weren't ready for when J.K. Dobbins was hurt. It's a mistake. And listen, George Payton doesn't do a whole lot wrong, the Nathaniel Hackett thing aside. But with George Payton, why didn't you go get Breece Hall for a third round last year? Why, before the trade deadline? Because then I believe it was the week after the trade deadline that J.K. Dobbins was hurt, and then you're screwed. You're caught with your pants down. You weren't ready. You were not ready for life without J.K. Dobbins. Now the Jonah Coleman pick. And where you picked him, it's not a first rounder. It's a day 3 pick with, by the way, he's a guy I would have taken to the first round, but it's a day 3 pick with tremendous upside. I know that James is when's the last time a rookie running back, blah, 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 blah. Don't think of it like that. Because, one, I think he has the savvy of a veteran to come in. There's not going to be any learning curve with Jonah Coleman. He should be able to start and star as soon as you need him to. It's not going to be day 1 because J.K. Dobbins is here. And when healthy, J.K. Dobbins is a top 5 back in the NFL. Just got to keep him healthy. But you know what? If he's not healthy this year, you're ready. You're ready with Jonah Coleman. And it's always going to be a committee. R.J. Harvey can improve as a runner. However, I don't think he ever improves as much as a runner so that he is Bijan Robinson or Christian McCaffrey or Jahmyr Gibbs. He's just not that type of player. He's always going to be a very important piece of a committee. And I think you're going to need someone in tandem with him, and that someone for the future is going to be Jonah Coleman. So I get what James does, and it's his shtick, right? Everybody's got a shtick. It's fine. But I also want to look at it properly and go, yeah, Jonah Coleman's probably not going to play a whole lot until they need him to. He's their third down back and maybe their goal line back right now. So they'll need him eventually because J.K. Dobbins will get hurt, and that's when we can see him do Dobbins-like things. And that's where James Marilat's probably going to change his opinion on Jonah Coleman.
Okay, but let me defend James for just a second because it felt like Audric Estime had a lot of hype a few years ago.
Audric Estime had hype from people that didn't know.
Okay, but this isn't revisionist history?
I'm not going to pull this card very often, but I'm going to pull it right now because I did hear the Estime stuff of like everyone hyped up Estime. I didn't, and it doesn't mean I know everything or whatever, but it's like that we need to have not revisionist history about how much hype Audric Estime got. I always told everyone Audric Estime couldn't play. So the fact is that, like, okay, Audric Estime was hyped up by reporters that don't know football. That's who Audric Estime was hyped up by.
Was that because he played at Notre Dame, which has a lot of tradition and history?
Ding, 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 ding. And it's one of those things, like, it sucks because, like, I had to be the guy to fight against that. And it sucked because it's like, I don't really want to emphasize how a guy sucks, but, like, Audric Estime couldn't play dead in a Western. And yet people, because he went to Notre Dame, they're like, they got this Notre Dame guy. They got a guy who's not any good. And, you know, now hanging on by a thread with the Saints behind Kendre Miller, of all people. He's like 5th on their depth chart. So I understand James pulled the Audric Estime card. I've been alerted to this.
But there are other cards you can pull. Like Devontae Booker. They took him in the 4th round of 2016.
Yeah, was I high on Devontae Booker?
D'Angelo Henderson, 6th round 2017. David Williams, 7th round 2018.
He was the dancer. His mother was a dancer. That's the only thing. David Williams was drafted, and I remember his 7th rounder.
Ahead of Phillip Lindsay, by the way.
Exactly. And I was asked, like, who's David Williams? And I go, he's my 60th running back. Phillip Lindsay was my number 10 running back that year.
Okay, so
David
you got
Williams
that one
was my
right.
number 60 running back.
But just to continue examples, Royce Freeman, 3rd round 2018.
Sure. Royce was my number 9 back that year with Phil as number 10.
Javonte Williams, 2nd round 2021.
He was my number 1 back that year.
Good rookie year, fell off. Estime, 5th round. Harvey, 2nd round. So it's not like they've hit home run after home run with middle round running backs. I think that's why and I respect that you had a first-round grade on Goldman, but that's why I'm defending James here, is that we've been fed a lot over the years, not by you. I'm not saying you, but the royal
right.
That, mid-round running backs, they found a steal. Well, the last steal they got was Phillip Lindsay as an undrafted free agent.
I don't think it's as good, and this is where I will kind of go back against James, is like, we remember the Olandis Gary days. We remember the Mike Anderson days. Mike Anderson had almost 1,500 yards as a rookie, and he was a fullback in college. He had 1,487. So for me, I go, James is probably looking back to the old times where it was, hey, Reuben Drones, Olandis Gary, Mike Anderson,
Tatum
Bell,
Mike Bell.
Mike Bell. I don't think that we have that sort of thing like we used to, where like Mike Shanahan used to get Payton Hill, you're a hit.
Oh, yeah.
You're just a hit. If you played for Mike Shanahan, you played running back position, Quentin Griffin, you were just a hit. Maybe for a little bit, like Q was for one game against the Colts. But it's like, I think maybe James is pushing back against how things used to be here. They're not like that anymore. They've drafted some slappies along the way. I mean, Devontae Booker doing the whole I'm not carrying the pads thing. Dude, get in. You know who goes to college for 6 years? They're called doctors, not football players, Devontae. So, like, have they drafted some guys that can't play? Yeah, of course. Audric Estime, just most recently. But this time with Jonah Coleman, I said in December, this is the guy the Broncos should get. And then by hook and by crook and whatever chance they did, they got him. I want that hype to be paid off because there is some hype around Jonah Coleman. And I'm driving the damn train.
All right, real quick, who leads the Broncos in rushing attempts and rushing yards this year?
It's JK.
But what if he gets hurt week 8? Is it still JK?
It's probably still JK.
Yeah.
Just because that would be a lot for Jonah to outrush JK in his debut. Now, could it be possible? Yeah. But it also, in July 23rd, would be ridiculous for me to say, Jonah Coleman's going to be their leading rusher. Going to be their leading rusher next year, girl, but not this year.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Can the Broncos do something they haven't done well since Peyton Manning played quarterback and was running the offense here? That is coming up next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball, look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a whole lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now, all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call them at 1-800-XFINITY or go to XfinityMobile.com or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans of T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees extra, $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only after 12 months. Regular rates apply.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Kwiat Diamonds, a legacy of brilliance since 1907.
We're proud at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood to have been chosen as Colorado's exclusive Kwiat Diamond Jeweler.
From Kwiat's Mine to Shine Diamond, the natural diamond cut, polished, and designed just for you.
To Kwiat's red carpet collections of designer jewelry, including American Beauty, Lyric, and Kwiat Star. They're all here.
Kwiat diamond rings and diamond studs, Kwiat diamond bracelets, and Riviera necklaces have long been the toast of Fifth Avenue.
Because Kwiat's whiter, brighter, and larger looking diamonds cut to the world's highest standards.
I'm Dylan Williams. Shayna and I invite you to come experience the breathtaking beauty of Kwiat diamond jewelry for yourself.
Or the one you love.
For the American beauty in your life.
At Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Enjoying all the suggestions on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 of quarterbacks you would rather have be the backup on the Broncos than Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, we got a lot out there of people that that wanted to know and want to know who else is out there at quarterback, with Jimmy Garoppolo saying he would rather play for a contender than retire. I think it's got all of us thinking out there. So let us know. YouTube chat powered by Champ Honda fired up. Also got to remind you, going on now through July 25th, the percentage of each vehicle sold will go directly to Children's Hospital Colorado Burn Unit. It's their annual Champ sale. It's been incredible turnout this week. Keep it up, everybody. Check out my friends at Champ Honda, because remember, a percentage of each vehicle sold will go directly to Children's Hospital Colorado Burn Unit.
Very cool. Definitely well-needed funds for that. And in the meantime, a handful of these are getting more serious, which I like. What about Marcus Mariota from the 9922? We saw him.
Yeah.
Dude can still play.
Yeah.
That Broncos defense was elite last year, and Mariota went toe-to-toe with them in Washington. And if Nick Bonito did not make a great play on a 2-point conversion in overtime, the Broncos' winning streak would have snapped. If I could get Marcus Mariota instead of Jarrett Stidham in orange and blue, I would do that in a heartbeat.
I would do that in a heartbeat as well. It's just one of those things. If you're the Commanders coming back with Jaden Daniels healthy, it's like, okay, you kind of need Mariota. There's a couple of situations out there where the backups are like, yeah, unless you come correct, like Mac Jones with the 49ers, they need him. They need him to make that run. And unless you give them maybe a first rounder, you're not getting Mac Jones. He'll be a free agent next year. But there's a few backup situations like that. Denver's bringing up the rear, man. They have
the worst
one of the
backup
worst
quarterback in the
backup
NFL.
quarterback situations in the NFL.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say the worst. I don't have the list in front of me right now.
We all watched the
think of
AFC
some.
title game. I don't know if any other backup would have been that bad.
I would say this. It's not in the teens, and it's not in the 20s. So 30, 31, or 32, pretty close to the worst.
Well, and with Bo Nix coming off 2 ankle surgeries, in my eyes, it's kind of flat out irresponsible to not have a legitimate backup quarterback. That's Sean and George, we give them a ton of praise, and rightfully so. They went 14-3, but that's a miss on their part that they just rolled through this summer going, yeah, Stidham fell on his face in the AFC title game. Bo got 2 ankle surgeries, but we're just going to run that room back.
Sean does have a blind spot here, and I will say this lovingly, Sean, if you're listening, I know you would be. Sean has a blind spot because once he gets loyal with someone, he just doesn't see their flaws.
But he watched one game when he was on a Fox set, and Jarrett Stidham had a great day for the Raiders. That was it.
Well, and then Jarrett Stidham's been around him for 3 years, right? And
But he doesn't want to admit the mistake.
Yeah, and what else do you do around Sean? Work hard. Yes, sir. No, sir. Right away. Oh, man, he listens all the time. I mean, there's ways to, lack of a better term, suck up to Sean Payton. Look at Adam Troutman. Adam Troutman's not really a good blocker. Yet that's his role. He's the blocking tight end, and he's not really that good of a blocker, but he's Sean's boy. When you're Sean's boy, you're going to get an opportunity. And Jarrett Stidham, wisely for him, has worked his way into being one of Sean's boys, which means he's probably got a job. Unfortunately, I don't think Jarrett Stidham should be here.
All right.
And I don't want, by the way, because you mentioned it, your wording is very important here. You don't want the Achilles heel of this season to be that you kept Jarrett Stidham. Much like I just said earlier, you didn't go get Breece Hall knowing J.K. Dobbins was going to get hurt. You could have had Breece Hall for a third, and you would have went to the Super Bowl with Breece Hall. They weren't ready for that. You've highlighted they are not ready if Bo Nix has to miss more time. And most likely, Bo Nix will have to miss a little bit of time because that's how quarterbacks are in today's NFL. They miss a game or two. And when you miss a game or two in a hypercritical, important season where the division's on the line, your difference between winning the AFC West and not winning the AFC West might come down to a game that Jarrett Stidham plays and loses for you.
Exactly, because we've talked a lot about the first 6, but what about the last 3 on the schedule? You got Buffalo here, you got to go to New England, you got the Chargers here.
Yep.
Again, I'll use the word irresponsible. If Jarrett Stidham's playing quarterback in those games, the Broncos need to upgrade the backup QB position, and they need to do it before September 14th against the Chiefs. I hope that is in the works. All right, can they do something they haven't done well since Peyton Manning was running the offense? Well, will we finally see more hurry-up offense and no huddle? Of course, Sean Payton has said he wants the offense to operate more quickly in and out of the huddle, desires more consistency in the run game. Does feel like, just going back to the Hackett-Wilson fans counting down the play clock, Cecil, that was embarrassing. And then Sean's got these calls that are really long and elaborate. I understand Davis Webb's now calling the plays, so maybe they'll simplify there, but I think of 2013 Peyton Manning, it was just go, 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 go. Do you look for the first time in Bo Nix's career, and I understand he thrives in those situations, 2-minute drills, 4-minute drills, sort of the backyard football, the schoolyard stuff. Do you think that they will look to play with more tempo on offense for the first time in a long time?
Yeah, they should look to play with more motion. It's called window dressing. They should have more motion to allow Bo Nix time. Your diagnostic time happens from when you break the huddle to when you snap the ball. And it's during that diagnostic time that Peyton Manning would already know what to do. Bo Nix is very, very smart. So he's going to be able to step to the line with proper time, send somebody in motion. Oh, they go back to the same spot. You're just seeing if it's zone or man. Where's the coverage at? But once you determine that, you should know where you're going with the ball before you have the ball. And then you're just going through the motions of holding the safety with your eyes, knowing you're going to throw over here to court, and then just going to court at the last second. That's what we should see. So tempo should be used as a weapon. And then you should also have window dressing. The fact that they were 31st in the league in motion, that's ridiculous, man. Everybody's doing it. The entire league is built on 2 and 3 tight end sets and motion. And the Broncos, they try some of that 2 and 3 tight end stuff, but it's Adam Troutman, everybody. So it's okay, are you going to be more trendy this year? And part of that trendiness, which you don't necessarily need to be, but when the rest of the league is doing it and you're the old school, just get to the line with 5 seconds left and snap it and go. Here's the problem. I'm going to read this to you.
Yeah.
Tell me if any of this makes sense to you, because it barely makes sense to me.
Okay.
Of course, I'm a former quarterback who couldn't remember plays like pop, pass out. 13Z, Debris, Henderson, Ivory Green right, nasty, ZP, fake, S37, Buster Bluff, naked right, X post Y.
No, it sounds like gibberish to me. It does.
That's a Sean Payton play. Somewhere Sean's I know exactly what that play is. I really have no idea, outside of a few little keywords here and there, what exactly that means.
And will the hurry-up offense, if they decide to run it, benefit Bo Nix?
Yes.
Because this dude is at his best, his superpowers when he's off schedule.
Yes.
See, I remember last year, you may or may not have been there, but a lot of folks at the station were there. 27-23, Buffalo. 2 minutes left in the game. I should have been nervous. And I wasn't. So you know what Bo Nix does in these situations? He comes through in the clutch.
Yep.
Marches them down the field, hits Marvin Mims for a touchdown. Broncos take a 30-27 lead. Of course, Matt Prater hits a long field goal to send the game to overtime, and we all know Denver, thanks to Jaquan McMillan's heroics, eventually won that game in overtime. But what was that last drive looking like? Chaos. But that's when Bo is his most comfortable. Now, can you do chaos for 60 minutes? Of course not. I'm not advocating for that. You can't go 3 and out in 47 seconds and have your defense have to come right back on the field all exhausted and tired.
Right.
But I do hope they pick their spots to use more tempo this year, because through 2 years, there's no question that's when Bo Nix has thrived the most.
And to me, that speaks so much on Bo Nix. Like, anybody can run a play. Anybody can make it, you can make it look good when it's on script, when everything's blocked appropriately. What about when it's chaos? What about when it's hurry up? What about when it's 2 minutes and you're down by 7? And Bo Nix excels in those moments? That just tells you what kind of franchise quarterback he is.
Well, I hope there's more tempo this year for the Broncos offense, and I think there will be, but it's not going to look like Peyton Manning, at least not 2013 Peyton Manning anytime soon, but it could be a good step of if we're not constantly looking at the play clock going, there's 2, snap the ball, there's 1, snap the,
Come on.
If they're snapping the ball at 15 on the play clock, I think a lot of folks in Broncos country would be happy. Let's go to the other side of the ball. Who needs to step on the defense if the Broncos are going to win the Super Bowl? That is coming up next.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League? And is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy. And if he does that, man, this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Nothing beats a Santiago's breakfast burrito, fresh, made from scratch, and smothered in their famous green chili every single day since 1991. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or a burrito on the go, nearly 30 locations across the Denver metro mean you're never far from your favorite meal. And right now, when you stop into Santiago's, you can make a difference too. Round up your change, make a donation, or grab some chocolates at the counter to support Sungate Kids, helping keep Colorado's children safe. Santiago's, faithfully authentic.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR. or advancedhair.com.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We've just celebrated our 27th year in business. Thank you for your continued support.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this. No more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms.
Summer weather can be full of surprises. If your home has been affected by the recent storms, trust a local professional roofer with decades of combined experience. Golden Spike Roofing is here for all your repair or roof replacement needs. Call today for a free inspection and estimate for roofing done right down to the last nail.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
We're hanging out with Cecil Lammy.
Hello.
And I want to remind everyone that tomorrow from noon to 1, it's the next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll be at International Hot Tubs, located at 1035 Zuni Street in Denver. There's a limit of 1 per person. While supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. Looking forward to seeing folks at International Hot Tubs in Denver tomorrow from noon to 1. If you haven't gotten a shirt yet, I know these shirts have been a big deal, big giveaway. And I have my collection, Cease. I have not gotten this one yet, though. And
I know.
I can't wait to add to it.
I have the collection. I collect them all, and even the Wacko for Flacco one.
God, what year would that have been?
That one. I run across it once in a while, like just looking through drawers or whatever, and I'm like, wow. I actually wore a shirt that said Wacko for Flacco. I'm a moron. Okay.
What year was Wacko for Flacco? Because that was when John Elway said Joe Flacco was still in his prime.
Right.
And that, of course, created a stirring.
And that's like 2019, right after Case Keenum.
Right.
And I think 19 sounds right because, remember, Joe kind of stepped in it when he was talking about mentoring Drew Lock and basically said, that's not my job.
That is not my job.
That is not my job.
Why did you go Cartman there to do Joe Flacco?
I don't know. Well, no, someone says that quote. That is not my job.
That is from Drake and Josh, a Nickelodeon show that I loved quite a bit. And also, here's Case Keenum.
Case Keenum. I'm sorry.
That one's so good. And see if you can dig it up, Alex. The other best Elway one, Case Keenum, to me is number 2 on the list. Number 1, you may know where I'm going with this. When he fired John Fox and thanked himself. That was so bad. He gets
I'd like
up
to give
there.
you a thank you to John Elway.
I want to give a big thank you to John Elway. I mean, John Fox. It's like you just fired the guy and you thanked yourself. Oh, I love Elway, man. He had some good ones.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you go through, the
good for you, bud.
Good for you, bud. The Peyton Manning intro press conference.
Yep.
The plan B. There's no plan B.
There is no plan B. Yep.
So I'd like to start out this press conference with a thank you to John Elway.
Good pull, fellas.
It's the greatest ever, man. It's so good.
And then he's got to laugh.
Yep.
Yeah.
After he just fired his head coach.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good laugh for everybody, right?
Good old John. I miss him. Although I am glad that he's in the next phase of life. If you watch the Netflix documentary, John seems very happy being grandpa up there in Coeur d'Alene, all the grandkids. It was a really good doc. I mean, if anyone hadn't seen it yet, I'd encourage folks to go watch Elway. All right, who on the defensive side of the ball is key for the Broncos this year? It's a broad conversation, so take it any direction you want, Cease.
Okay.
In terms of, is it the high-profile guys? Is it under the radar? Is it a position group? Where does your mind go when I ask you that question?
Well, when we talk about run it back, that Sean hates, but like they ran it back defensively except for JFM. So because of John Franklin Myers being with the Tennessee Titans and getting well paid to do that, you need to look at who's going to replace JFM in the lineup, and I think it's a collection. I think it's Tyler Onyedem. I think it's Savion Jones. I think it's a bit of Malcolm Roach, a bit of DJ Jones. I think it's a bit of Ini Wazirike, right? So if you look at the collection, I think I just named 5 players. Who out of that 5 is the most direct one-for-one replacement for JFM? I really believe there's not one. I really believe this is going to be a committee. I am not a committee, says Princess Leia. Says me is I think it's going to be a cluster of guys. Maybe not all 5, but let's say 2. And if it could be those young guys, Tyler Onyedem, the rookie, and of course Savion Jones, their second-year player, I think that would be most appropriate for the way that they've drafted and the way that they've set this thing up. Because you draft Savion Jones knowing full well JFM's gonna be gone. He even knew that last year, and that's why JFM told me in the locker room, I'm showing Savion everything. So if Savion has the full bag of tricks and he has a year under his belt, barely played, but he has a year of like pro preparation, pro practice, pro behind the scenes experience, not on the field experience, but he can take that and then take it on the field. I think we should look first and foremost to Savion Jones to be that defender that steps up.
Well, the Broncos gave out a lot of contract extensions over the years.
Yeah.
I mean, they paid Bulls, they paid Miners, Surtain,
They
Bernito,
paid PS2
Sutton.
money just for extra money.
Yeah, they just gave him a little bump this year, which was great. We could all be so lucky. But John Franklin Myers, for whatever reason, was that one guy who even openly campaigned for an extension. He never got it. He played on a bad Jets team, got to come to Denver, taste a contention status, couldn't quite get over the hump. Certainly wasn't his fault, wasn't the defense's fault against the Patriots in the AFC title game. And then he goes to a bad Tennessee team. And I'm never going to question a guy for cashing in, getting that generational wealth. Good for John Franklin Myers. But it is strange in a era of Broncos football where if you are good, you get extended. He was kind of the odd man out. I can't think of another example really in the Walton Penner family ownership group era where a good player has just been allowed to walk out the door.
The only one you would have to, and it's because of Russell Wilson. The Russell Wilson deal, you were able to get through, but you had to lose one guy, and that one guy was Lloyd Cushenberry.
That's right. To the Titans as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So it was just Lloyd. But it was Lloyd because you were still paying that money to Russell Wilson, so you couldn't really afford Lloyd Cushenberry. So there's only one, ironically, to the Titans as well. But that's it, and those were extenuating circumstances. I think you just kind of set it up this time with all those extensions, the minors, et cetera, like you mentioned. With that money being dealt out, there just wasn't going to be the money there for JFM. Unfortunately, he was a great teammate. He was a great Bronco. One of those Broncos we'll always remember is like, you did really good stuff while you were here, man. Didn't lead to a Super Bowl championship, but thanks to JFM for, playing and being so solid for the Broncos.
All right, so we're talking about who needs to step up on defense. I wouldn't say Bonito needs to step up. I wouldn't say Surtain needs to step up, but I'll give you mine, and we haven't gotten to this yet today on the program. Okay. I immediately go to the safeties room.
Okay.
Because two things. One, Brandon Jones needs to stay healthy. Wasn't his fault last year. P.J. Locke filled in nicely, but I need to see Brandon Jones in a big year for him stay on the field.
Okay.
And two, Talanoa Hufunga's got to catch the football. And I love Hufanga. I am a huge fan of Hufanga, but even he himself admitted in the last 6 weeks, I'm on the jugs machine.
Right.
I'm working on this. I left turnovers on the field.
Yep.
Interceptions are so game-changing, and I'm not breaking news with that statement, but flipping the field, taking possession of the football is massive. And Hufanga dropped – four or five interceptions last year where the hands just didn't catch up to the brain. And I know Talanoa Hufanga can catch the football. It just didn't work out last year. So my mind goes to the safeties. Jones, from a health standpoint, and Hufanga, I would love to see Hufanga end this year with 4 or 5 interceptions.
That would be pretty damn cool. When you said safety, I thought you were going to go to the backups because P.J. Locke's no longer here.
Correct. So what's the depth like there, too? That's part of the reason I need Jones to stay on the field.
And J.L. Skinner might not be the answer that you needed.
good special teams players, not every down starting safeties.
But not
in the
every
NFL.
good special teams player turns into Justin Sternod.
Correct.
In fact, what Sternod has done is very rare and very exceptional. So I think there's a lot of low-key pressure. In fact, Kev, write this down. We'd probably do a low-key segment during the show at some point. Like, low-key, what do you like? Low-key, I'm kind of worried about the backup safeties. I like J.L. Skinner as a special teams guy. Don't really like him on defense. I like Devin Key, obviously, as an all-pro special teams guy. Don't really like him on defense. So, low-key, I'm kind of worried about the backup safeties. So, let us know what y'all think and who needs to step up defensively for you. Why is it not Jahdae Barron? I thought you were going to pick Jahdae Barron.
Well, we'll get to corners in a moment because we definitely need to dive into that room as well. But, yes, Jahdae Barron needs to step up. I just don't know if he's going to be on the field.
Is there a less hyped first-round pick in the entire league from a year ago? In fact, Kev, let's do a little digging on that because I would like to look at last year's draft class for everybody. Like Omarion Hampton. Do you know what they're saying about Omarion Hampton?
Oh, people are hyped.
They are saying Omarion Hampton could lead the league in rushing. That the reports out of L.A., do you know what they're saying about the guy that the Broncos probably should have drafted instead of Jahdae Barron? They're saying the guy could lead the league in rushing. Now, I love Jonah Coleman. I'm super happy he's here. Obviously J.K. Dobbins, a top 5 back when he's healthy. But, is there a less hyped first-round pick from a year ago than Jahdae Barron? I honestly, off the top of my head, can't think of one.
Yeah, well, we'll continue that conversation because we're breaking down the Broncos roster with a player, position, or group every day. We're going to do Riley Moss, and you can bet the name Jahdae Barron will come up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We have 4 drops this year at various international hot tubs locations across the metro starting July 24th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX rocks heating and air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Rob Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
If you miss the filing deadline again, the consequences can be substantial and the penalties huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, often criminally. So call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They will help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no two cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
So we're breaking down every Broncos roster, position, player group, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And today we're taking a dive into Riley Moss. You mentioned Jahdae Barron. I like this text from the 7934. Any chance Jahdae Barron gets moved to safety? Before we get into Moss, let's talk about Barron. This guy.
Well, I think it's a fair question.
That was the big thing about him. He's so versatile. He can play anywhere, play everywhere. We just finished discussing safety depth or lack thereof.
Right.
Do you think the texter could be onto something?
Yeah, I think could be the case, and perhaps that's why everything's quiet. But here's the thing. For the love of God, when you take a corner in the first round, and there's CB next to his name, I understand he plays everything, whatever. I'm going to ask you a question. I already know the answer, but I know you're going to answer it right because everyone knows this answer. Do you want Jahdae Barron as a future starting safety or a future starting corner?
A corner.
Ding, 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 ding. It's like, okay, you drafted him as a future starting corner. Why are we messing around with him at safety? Go draft a damn safety. Or go pick up a free agent safety. Like, you didn't. What was the plan? Did you have a plan for Jahdae Barron?
Well, I think it was. I'll give you my read on the situation. I think it was strictly best player available. I think they went to that draft going BPA.
Okay.
Jahdae Barron, for whatever reason, they maybe had him 10th or 11th on their board. He was there at 20, and they looked at each other and said, we got to take the best player available. Because I can't come up with another plan besides that one. I would like to think there was a plan, but this is a dude who couldn't get on the field last year.
Yeah.
I think they went with the old, who's ever rated highest. If he's there, we're taking him, and it just happened to be Jahdae Barron. You did 3 months of draft preview. I did plenty of draft preview. Little peek behind the curtain, our guy Nilo Piro was making graphics for our social media. He made like 30 graphics.
Yeah.
He didn't make a Jahdae Barron one. And I don't blame Nilo for that. Because how many times did you utter the name Jahdae Barron in all your draft coverage and prep?
Not for the Broncos.
Fewer
I had
than
him off
5?
the board by 20.
Yeah.
So it was never a consideration like if Jahdae Barron falls. It's the same thing they did with Bradley Chubb. Oh, we didn't think he'd be there. Really? Should have just taken Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying Omarion Hampton is the Josh Allen of running backs, but still, like, you had Hampton, you had Travion Henderson, you had plenty of other options other than Jahdae Barron. So if he is a safety, as long as he's a starter, I guess if I were to, like, back myself into a corner, I just gotta say something good about Jahdae Barron. At least if he's a starter, I can say, okay, that's something. You had a first rounder that became a starter. That's a good plan. But if your idea was BPA and then figure it out, that's not a plan. Your plan should have been he's a first round corner. By year 2, he's going to be pushing Riley Moss. That should be a news story right now. It's not. It never will be. But it should be going into camp. Mike Kliss, Troy Rank, right? All of our guys. They should be writing about how Jahdae Barron can push Riley Moss this year, and nobody's going to write that. And nobody's going to say that because it's not going to happen. And it's not like Riley Moss is the best cornerback ever. Riley Moss is a replaceable cornerback. Like, if you have to. Like, I think Riley Moss can get paid this year. Riley Moss could play good football and someone else pays him. I don't think he's here in Denver after this year. So, again, it's not like I'm talking about Riley Moss as you can't replace him. No, you can. So why isn't Jahdae Barron getting talk about pushing Riley Moss? It's not like Riley Moss is unpushable.
Yeah, I would never use the B word bust after one season of a rookie, but unfortunately there's a little part of your brain that creeps into that conversation with Jahdae Barron of, like, you were a first-round pick, a guy they spent a premium selection on, and you just haven't done anything yet. Now, that could all change in year 2. It's a good segue into us talking about Riley Moss now. Remember, he allowed a 53.4% completion percentage, which was tied for the 11th lowest among 61 outside corners who faced at least 50 targets. I just think, stats aside, tell me if I'm crazy, I think Riley Moss doesn't pass the eye test. When I watch the Broncos on Sundays, it feels like every time there's a 3rd and 15, QBs are hucking it up toward Riley Moss, and he's either getting a flag thrown against him or he's giving up a long completion. Yes, he made some plays. I will give you that. But I don't think I'm on an island here and feeling like, as a Broncos fan, Riley Moss feels like a liability. And in a perfect world, I'm starting PS2 outside, I'm starting Jahdae Barron outside, and I'm starting Jaquan McMillan in the slot. That would be my ideal cornerback room, with Chris Abrams Strain, of course, rotating in as well.
I will say this as far as the penalties go. Go back and look after the bye week. You didn't have – Kev, did I say 0 or 1? What was the number on Riley Moss? Like, after the bye week, it was...
Well, he wore the boxing gloves.
Yeah, he wore the boxing gloves, and then he didn't have pass interference penalties.
He was just getting burned.
I would say this. He's the one. I mean, if you're attacking the Broncos defense, there's 2 players you're going after. Alex Singleton in coverage and Riley Moss. So when you say, like, he's getting burned, well, yeah, I mean, you're not going after PS2. You're not going, after Jaquan. You're going to go after Riley's going to have the opportunity to get burned more than anybody else. So it's probably going to be more prevalent that he's getting burned. Now, he is getting burned at times, but also, like the T. Higgins game, I don't think we should hold, hey, T. Higgins tore him up. T. Higgins is a damn good receiver. So there are certain exceptions where you can say, I remember Terrell Owens had a big game against Champ Bailey years ago with the Eagles. And it's not like, oh, Champ Bailey sucks. No. Ocho Cinco or Chad Johnson at the time, I think, got Champ in a game. Terrell Owens got Champ in a game. It's just like it happens. Now, I'm not comparing Riley Moss and Champ Bailey, but I am saying T. Higgins, Terrell Owens, T. Higgins, Chad Johnson, they're, in a similar area code or zip code, if you will, of wide receiver talent.
Well, there are 3 scenarios for what could happen to Riley Moss, and I'll lay out all 3 and give me your gut. Number 1, you just let the season play out. He's on the last year of his deal. See how it goes. Number 2, you trade him, and you get some value back right now for a guy that we heard some trade rumors about over the spring. Those have kind of died down a little bit, but I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't fall out of my chair if Adam Schefter tweeted in the next 10 minutes that the Broncos have traded Riley Moss. It wouldn't shock me. Or number 3, Cease, is you extend him, and you make him a part of your defense, obviously, this year and moving forward, and you believe in Riley Moss, and you say you have done enough to earn a payday from us. I don't think that should happen, but I also don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. Out of those three, which are the most likely for you? Let it play out, trade, or extend.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if you had seen Jahdae Barron be more involved in this cornerback competition, then a trade of Riley Moss could be quite significant. I don't think it happens, though, because we don't yet know about Barron. If Barron was better last year, and you could say they got a guy behind the guy, and we've seen that before. We've seen that. We can anticipate that, let's say, with Jonah Coleman. Like, hey, J.K. Dobbins is great. What if he's hurt? They got a guy. You know what I mean? It's the whole I got a guy thing. Can you really say that at corner behind Riley Moss? Not really.
Not yet. Not with a ton of confidence. Although I do think I want to see Jahdae Barron with more of an opportunity. You know, that's part of this conversation,
but don't
too.
you earn that opportunity?
Perhaps, but you are a first-round pick. There's a lot of guys who just get a play because they have that gold star attached to their name.
Yeah, right. And he isn't. So isn't that more egregious? Like, when you think Jahdae Barron should get afforded these opportunities because he's a first-round pick, and he just didn't. He played 4 snaps in the AFC Championship game.
But that's a little chicken or the egg, right? Because maybe he could do more with more opportunity. Like, a guy played 4 snaps in the AFC title game. What do we expect him to do? Have a pick 6 in those 4 snaps? Like, it's not going to happen.
Earn more than 4 snaps as a first-round pick.
But maybe the Broncos coaching staff is just being a little stubborn here.
Maybe. And now I will say this. Nobody, to a man, on and off the record, has ever said anything negative about Jahdae Barron.
The human being.
Yeah. Oh, well, the player, as far as like,
the player, you don't like him, you don't play him.
Right. That's kind of saying something. But
Sure.
I will say, like, any sort of recorded statement, or even some people I've talked to off the record, nobody's saying, like, hey, Jahdae Barron doesn't have it. You know what I mean? Like, I heard the stuff about Kenneth Walker. Like, hey, Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP, that's awesome. Maybe Seattle was okay with letting him go because he had a little work ethic stuff. I've heard that stuff. I've shared it with you right now. I don't hear any of that with Jahdae Barron. So at least that part of it is like kids working hard behind the scenes. There's no of the B word, the bust talk at all. There shouldn't be, but there's also no like hints. I'll go back to the Paxton Lynch bust, clear bust. It wasn't long that I went from the guy, oh, you're the Paxton guy. Well, remember I had Dak Prescott as their pick, by the way. I had Chris Jones as their first-round pick. I had Dak Prescott as their second-round pick. Probably would have worked out. I'm just saying. But I went from the guy that's known as, you're the Paxton guy. No. I was the guy that knew Trevor Siemian couldn't play, and I wanted to see the first-rounder play. Do you know, brother, it was like 8 games into his rookie season. Probably not even 8. It was probably 8 days into his rookie camp where we started hearing stuff like, he just doesn't have it, like upstairs. He's not getting it. And he is way far away from playing. And Gary Kubiak hated him. So it's like we heard some stuff super early with Paxton. I'm here to tell you we have heard nothing with Jahdae Barron that would be construed as being negative.
So real quick, what happens to Moss? Pay him, trade him, keep him on the team, just let it play out.
Let it play out.
Let it play out.
Yeah, let it play out. He'll get paid somewhere else.
Mike Kliss joined us earlier, gave us great insight on not only what the future holds for Jonathan Cooper, but the stadium as well. We'll revisit both of those conversations coming up next.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League? And is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy. And if he does that, man, this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Colorado Summer's calling, and Siltahar Motors has the lineup to answer. During the Ford Summer Sales Event, Bronco Sport, F-150, and Ranger are all on sale. 0% financing available, no payments for 90 days. Not ready for new? Siltahar's certified pre-owned vehicles are inspected, warranted, and backed by a 5-day exchange. Plus, get top value for your trade-in. Trails, towing, mountain roads, the vehicle that fits how Colorado lives. Family owned for 66 years, sthmotors.com or Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
A lot of personal personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? At Berg Simpson Injury Lawyers, we've helped Coloradans for 50 years, and our results speak for themselves. We have 29 best lawyers in America, 19 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our bridal design gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, E. Jaffe, Parade, and the legendary Takori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings. Every style and every price range. If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado, we even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say will you with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Summer hailstorms bring in the 3-ring front porch roofing circus.
In ring 1, there's We're Doing Bob's Roof down the street.
And in ring 2, there's We Will Cover Your Deductible.
And in ring 3, What Do I Need to Do to Get You to Sign Today?
Send those clowns to the curb.
Don't turn your home into a circus. Call the pros, Denver Roof Pros.
Check us out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
Hi, this is Larry Jagger with SCL Mortgage. We can offer you the best loan program at the best rate available. Whether you are purchasing, refinancing, or interested in a second mortgage, visit myspecialmortgage.com or call 303-790-2222 and MLS number 1200716.
In Colorado, relationships matter. That's why contractors across the Front Range choose Western Pacific for doors and millwork. 35 years of quality products, next-day delivery, and fast will-call service. Visit GoWestPack.com. Western Pacific, local ownership, professional expertise.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. The most intelligent Wi-Fi? Well, it's Wi-Fi that can actually heal itself when there's a problem. The most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home. Wi-Fi in every corner of your home, side to side, top to bottom. Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network. Fiber-powered network with 99.999% reliability. Wi-Fi built for speed, powered by fiber. Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home work together seamlessly. Lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Price lock guaranteed for 5 years. Same price, no contracts, no commitments. Everything you need included. Data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. Imagine that. It's only from my friends at Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We can't stop time, but we can make your day more efficient. And we can help you get fit and stay fit.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this. No more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play. Get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. You never regret buying quality. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Invest in your health and happiness with Fitness Gallery. Visit one of our 7 store locations for a free home gym layout and design today.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
This segment on The Fan is built by Smart Local Union 9.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Our guy Mike Kliss joined us earlier in the show. A lot of good stuff from Mike, as always, filling us in on Jonathan Cooper. Latest with him, the stadium situation as well. We'll get to that in just a moment. But, Cease, a week from today, you won't be live at Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit, but 8 days from now, you will.
Yes.
It's always funny because this time of year, it's like, well, training camp's a little down the road. It's not. It's not down the road. It's here. The rookies are in the building. It's an exciting time to be a Broncos fan. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, no doubt about it, because they're a Super Bowl contender, and you get at training camp the opportunity to watch a Super Bowl contender put in the work. And that's the great thing about a Sean Payton practice and I've seen a lot of practices dating back to the Mike Shanahan days where we used to be able to stand on the field next to Mike. I remember the first time I met Chris Mortensen in whatever year that was, in 2003 or 4 or whatever. And me and Chris Mortensen are standing next to Mike Shanahan during training camp practice, just talking. And it was awesome. And then Josh McDaniels got here and they kicked us into a corner over where the ambulance is. And then since then, we've at least got to spread out a little bit. But it used to be glorious. And now it's, you get put in this one spot. Hopefully you don't roast. Everyone bring a bunch of water so you stay cool.
Well, I love listening to you and Dover every day. You guys are live down there because you're telling your audience what exactly is happening in real time.
Kind of stinks if we can't see it sometimes because, the players or even some of the media will stand in front of us like, get out of the way, trying to watch practice.
Trying to tell everyone what is going on. But one of those big questions is going to be whether or not Jonathan Cooper is on the football field. Here was Mike Kliss about 2.5 hours ago giving us the latest on Jonathan Cooper.
As far as whether he'll be on the field for training camp, that has yet to be determined. That still needs to be discussed. A lot of the parties involved with that decision have not gotten together yet. The expectation when they left, when everybody broke at minicamp, at the time they thought that there might be a resolution to this case, whether a settlement, whether a plea, whether a jury trial, they thought it was going to be settled, but it's not. It's not going to be. And so they'll have a decision to make, and they haven't got together to do that yet.
And Mike made it clear that he's going to be reporting some news here either today or tomorrow that Cooper's trial will likely get pushed back, maybe even into 2027 after the football season. His quote was likely to be continued. There's a virtual hearing for Jonathan Cooper tomorrow.
Okay.
This is not a trial, anything like that, but my gut is they probably set a trial date. We know his attorney is Harvey Steinberg, who, of course, represents a lot of folks who run into trouble with the law, specifically in the athlete world, and Harvey's one of the best of the best. And if I'm Harvey, I want to kick this can down the road. I don't want my client going to trial till after, hopefully, the Broncos are winning the Super Bowl. But then you hear Mike say, well, it's yet to be determined if he's even going to be on the field next week. Cease, it seems like this hearing tomorrow will spark a little action because the Broncos need to make some sort of decision on Jonathan Cooper.
I'll spark a little action. It's called Later Tonight. I'll spark some action right now, and it'll be this.
Hey-o.
What do teams hate? It starts with a D.
Distractions.
Exactly. And is Jonathan Cooper a distraction?
Right now, yeah.
I think Jonathan Cooper is a big-ass distraction, and that's bad, B-A-D. Big-ass distraction. You're bad for the Broncos. The Broncos don't want this. No team does. But the Broncos don't operate like this. Like, when's the last time somebody got in trouble? Okay, go over the police broad or whatever. But, you're a distraction on a Super Bowl contender. That puts you right in a spot where you don't want to be. It's a spotlight on Jonathan Cooper in a negative way. You're the guy that's distracting. There's going to be talks about Jonathan Cooper, much like we're having 8 days from now. There'll be talks. Even Sean Payton might get a question or two at a press conference 8 days from now. Probably somebody like Luca will ask it, or maybe Chris Thomason or something, right? It'll be like, hey, what's the Jonathan Cooper thing? Not going to talk about it. Yeah, but the Jonathan Cooper thing.
But it is newsworthy. Exactly. It deserves to be asked.
Exactly. It will be asked by some more of our ballsy guys out there like Luca or Chris, And fine, listen, I'm a puppy dog. I just want to talk about football. But the Jonathan Cooper questions will be asked, and they will probably be met with annoyance and resistance, because it's annoying as hell to talk about this situation instead of, hey, your defense was top 3. Can they get number 1? Can you get more turnovers? Your pass rush set a sack record the last 2 years. Can they go for a third year? Are you looking for more turnovers? There's like a million things. 1,000,001. I just did the count. 1,000,001 things I would rather talk about than Jonathan Cooper. And not only me, the Broncos. They don't want to talk about this. This is a total distraction, and it's a terrible spot that he's put his team in.
Well, an easy way to not talk about it would be to just cut the guy. Right? And I know that's a huge decision because he's been good. 7th-round pick that you found a gem. Formed a nice duo with Nick Bonito, but at the same time, I think Jonah Ellis is ready to be a starter as an edge rusher in the NFL.
Yeah.
If I'm the Broncos, and I'm not predicting this would happen, but I would be very tempted in those conversations that Cliff says they are going to have over the next few days to just say, you know what, we're going to pay him to go away. We don't need this type of distraction. And I understand it's a very serious situation. Guy got arrested twice in a span of 8 days, spent the night in jail twice. Admitted some things to police officers that were super, super concerning, putting his hands on a woman. If I'm the Broncos, I think I would rather just cut him and move on and focus on the football, because even if the trial date is until February, that's going to linger like a dark cloud over your team all season long. You're going to be hiding this guy from the media for 6 months.
Yeah. I mean, literally hiding him.
Yeah, go in the training room where the media is not allowed.
He himself will be hiding.
Correct.
And by the way, it's usually not the case. I mean, it's whatever to say it now, but Coop was always one of my favorite players to go talk to because he was always available. He always gave you good stuff, and now we're just not going to talk to him because it's such a huge, major distraction. Even if everything was already settled or whatever, it would still be a distraction for a bit. And a distraction that team doesn't like. So Jonathan Cooper has not done himself or his teammates any favors because that also can be part of the distraction. The Broncos PR is the best in the NFL, and they control a lot of the narrative. A lot, sometimes by straight up calling you. They control the narrative. They do, or they try their best. But I'm here to tell you, and somebody may ask innocently or somewhat not innocently, someone may ask just a player, hey, on the Cooper thing, and then the player just says some offhand comment that then becomes the headlines. That's another layer to distraction. So it's not even about Cooper and hiding Cooper. It's about also his teammates. Now, some of the teammates are going to give you good, hey, we're here, we're working hard, we're just focused on what's here, we're focused on the Super Bowl. So somebody's going to give you the real good answer, but there's always a chance, and I'm just saying, there's always a chance some teammate says something a little crossways, and that starts another controversy in the news cycle.
Well, and Mike's the best of the best, and the fact that he is reporting to us on July 23rd that they still haven't made a decision of whether or not the guy's going to be on the field.
8 days.
Tells me that this is still very much in flux and in limbo. And it's not even really 8, it's really 5 days. That's when everyone reports, July 28th. So I would assume this weekend, maybe after this virtual hearing tomorrow, there is some sort of clarity on the future of Jonathan Cooper and the Denver Broncos. All right, what about the stadium? Cliss dropped something on us that is very curious, and you'll hear it next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball. Look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a nice bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSealColorado.com fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal. Comfort sealed.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Phil Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting for seriously injured car accident victims in Colorado. Serious accidents demand serious representation. We dig into every detail of your case, and we don't back down until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you or someone you love has been seriously injured in a car accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today at 303-GOOD-LAW or visit wilhitewins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or visit wilhitewins.com.
Most camera installers don't offer a guarantee. Vantage does. It's called Capture or it's free. If a Vantage system misses an incident in a zone they identified during your threat zone analysis, they'll refund the entire install. That's the kind of guarantee a company can stand behind, because your security system is designed around your property first, not pulled off a kit shelf. Invest in real security for your home. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit vssicolorado.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, that's not bacon grilling. That's your living room at 2 p.m. If your home heats up every summer, your windows might be the reason. Infinity by Marvin Windows protect your home from UV rays, solar heat, and help lower energy bills all summer long. Colorado homeowners have trusted Gravina's Window Center of Littleton for 50 years. Right now, you can save 25% on Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit them at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Final segment here on a Thursday. We'll pass things off to Zach By and Philip Lindsay for the drive from 2 to 6. And then, of course, Denver Sports Tonight coming up from 6 to 7.
Have you ever headbanged? I want to know that because we have several bumper music, and I've known you for years and years and years. You know I'm a metalhead, but when I hear, and Linkin Park's not really metal in my opinion, it's like new metal, but I never see you like bang your head. So have you ever... Is there any sort of like harder rock music that catches your eye? Because I've never seen you headbang, brother.
No, not my style of music. To each their own. I would not criticize it.
Okay, hey, you're bare bones honest, man. I appreciate that. It's like, hey, I'm just not gonna headbang.
Not a headbanger, Cease.
Okay.
You are a headbanger.
Yeah.
To some extent.
So yeah, maybe retired a little bit. You get a little bit older. I did knock somebody's shoulder out of socket at a Slayer concert, so that's my one. Magnus Arena, by the way. Slayer, Megadeth, and Testament. It was awesome. Incredible.
What year would this have been?
My sister will help me out because she was at the show probably 2010.
Okay, so 15, 16 years ago.
Yeah. So, and I was larger because I was fat. It was fat. I was fat. So you're able to push people around in a mosh pit more when you're hefty, when you're, fat and slobby and sweaty. So,
Obviously a big man.
yeah, it probably helped. By the way, he came around the mosh pit, and then I pulled his shoulder out. So I helped him.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like his shoulder was dangling, and I was like, let me help you out. Crack. And I think he was, he was on something, so it didn't really hurt. I mean, I don't think it did. Whatever.
You mean at the Slayer concert? Someone was on something?
I know. Can you believe it?
Shocked.
I am shocked.
It's mind-boggling.
No, but I can't even remember where I was going. You distracted me.
We're talking about the stadium. Mike Kliss gave us some stadium talk.
Thank you. So, Mike Kliss.
There's going to be some concerts at the stadium, and that's the thing. Like, I can't wait. I saw Metallica at Empower Field Mile High a few years ago, thanks to my buddy Chad Robertson. Shout out, Chad. Really great dude. They delayed the show because of lightning. And by the way, Metallica was playing Ride the Lightning at the time. I was like, please just let me get struck by lightning watching Ride the Lightning. That would be the best story, the most metal story ever. Cecil was a metalhead. Yeah, I got killed in that Metallica concert. Got struck by lightning during Ride the Lightning. But anyway, so
it'd be a heck of a way to lead the obituary.
It would be. Yes. But they delayed the concert because of the stupid lightning. And I'm like, once the new stadium is built at Burnham Yard, maybe, hopefully, knock on wood, we're going to have all the concerts. We're going to have drafts. We're going to have a Super Bowl. We're going to have concerts year round. It's going to be a spot where all of us go for more than just Broncos games.
Yeah, we would need a retractable roof on that thing to make it happen. Hopefully it does. But we had Kliss on the show and asked him, hey, you had said 70 to 75% on Burnham Yard, which that ain't 90%. That's not 95. That means there's still a 1 in 4 chance this Burnham Yard thing falls through. Here was the latest from Mike.
There's a little bit more of a process here in Denver because they're in the city of Denver. I think most people wanted the stadium to stay within the city limits, but that's caused, frankly, a little more bureaucratic headaches. I don't think it's finished, that they've got everything settled on transplanting Denver Water headquarters. There's a couple other properties that they have to, dot the I's and cross the T's. That's why there's no renderings. And I'm guessing on this. I think I'm educating guessing. They're still dealing with this over here. You don't want to get the renderings out there and have things fall apart. You want to make sure this is done before you do the exciting step, which would be the rendering.
Well, and you had brought up the rendering, Cease, because just yesterday, the Kansas City Chiefs unveiled their renderings of their new fancy stadium, which is going to be in Kansas, on the border of Kansas and Missouri. It's going west of the border to that side of it. I know a lot of my friends who are Chiefs fans are super bummed about that because of Arrowhead Stadium and the fact it's in Kansas City, Missouri, and they're now going to play in Kansas City, Kansas, but these renderings look cool. Then the Panthers this morning come out with renderings for their billion-dollar upgrade at their barn out there in Charlotte as well. So Broncos country wants to see. We've seen some of those aerial shots of like, here's the stadium, here's the tailgating, here's the light rail. We have yet to see a stadium rendering. And if your grandma shares one on Facebook, it's news check, fact check, fake news, because there is yet to be an actual stadium rendering.
Why does everybody fall for that?
Yeah, they're like, look at this, the Broncos are going to play on the moon, and grandma's sharing it. It's like, come on, grandma.
Look at this. Alex Singleton voted for the same guy I did. He's the best ever.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, those stories are so fake, and people share them. Like,
I know.
Legitimately share them as like, these are real.
They're like, Nathan McKinnon gave his entire salary to puppies. It's like, no, he didn't.
Real smart.
He actually did not give his entire salary to puppies. We love saving the puppies.
Man, you're on one today, dude. I was at the Jared Stidham thing. Like, seriously, what sparked you? Maybe you're sparking up, man. Like, what's sparking you today? You are on one.
Well, they call me Scrappy, so I'm feeling scrappy today.
Okay,
Cease.
yeah.
But my point is, even if your uncle shares something on Facebook, this is what the new stadium is going to look like, your uncle's wrong. The Broncos have not shared a rendering of the new stadium.
That kind of sucks.
It sucks, but also I understand where Mike is coming from, and I love what he said. Bureaucratic headache. It's a great term from Mike Kliss. I think what he's telling us, if we're reading between the lines here a little bit, is that the Walton Penner Family Ownership Group has done basically everything they feel like they can. They've acquired the land. They've met with the neighbors. They've gone through the city. Yet, whether it be Denver Water, other things, I don't want to chuck anyone under the bus, but there are some hang-ups here. And usually when you're a billionaire, what do? You toss money at problems and you make them go away.
Yep.
I assume that's what Greg Penner, Kerry Walton Penner have tried to do, Yet we sit here today, no shovels in the ground, no real updates on July 23rd.
And no renderings like we want. I mean, it'd probably be renderings before the shovel then renderings. I don't know.
I think you'd go rendering shovel. Rendering shovel.
Then I want renderings. I want it drawn up. I want to know. And by the way, whoever's causing this hang up, we all kind of hate you right now. I'm not going to say specifically because we don't know specifically.
We don't know.
But
it's
whoever,
bureaucratic headaches.
Whatever bureaucrat, shocking bureaucratic headaches. Welcome to reality. Whoever's holding this thing up, we hate you. All of us hate you. I want to know when the stadium's coming. I want to see what it's going to look like. I want to imagine what it's going to be like to be at a game. I want to imagine what it's going to be like to be at a concert. I want to start dreaming about Metallica coming to whatever they're going to call the stadium at whatever, it's Mile High. Like, yeah, man. Why can't we have all that? We can't have all that because of bureaucratic headaches. So there you go. But it would be nice to see. By the way, don't you think that Taylor Swift's first concert, or the first concert in the Chiefs' new stadium, will be Taylor Swift?
Probably.
Doesn't that just make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, 2031. Long ways to go. They're on the same timeline as the Broncos are, 2031. But, yes, I would assume that they would want to open it up in May or June, do a summer concert season, and then go into football season.
And is she going to call her divorce album Independence Day because she got married before July 4th?
Easy.
What, you think it's forever?
Well, if she's divorced, then her first concert would not be at the new Chiefs Stadium. By
but
your
the album
hypothetical,
would be called Independence Day.
Maybe,
they'll
but
be married a while.
They would still be married if she did that.
I'd imagine they'd be married a while, right? Don't you? I don't think it's they're divorced in a year. I think they're married a while,
forever.
Okay,
and ever. This time next week, the Broncos will be on the field.
Yes.
Veterans reporting on the 28th. But the big thing that we have is that first press conference. And I know, people don't care about the media barbecue. We get excited about the media barbecue. 15 years ago, the media barbecue was awesome.
Dude, before that, it was at Shanahan's house.
Oof.
We used to go to Mike Shanahan's house for the media barbecue.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about the ones I got to attend.
Then Josh McDaniel showed up, and all of that went away.
Yeah. They would get it catered, and there'd be these big tents, and you'd have the pulled pork and the chicken and the brisket. Whatever. Long story short, no one cares. But where I'm going with this is all the big dogs talked.
Mm-hmm.
The late Mr. Bolin would talk and sort of give the state of the team. And then when his health unfortunately took a turn and the team went in the trust, Joe Ellis would go up there and answer all the questions about the team. John Elway, when he was the GM, would be up there. The Broncos have done that some years where we get to hear from Greg Penner and George Payton. They've done others where it was you and Sean talking about Lucas Kroll, and that was pretty much it. That was the highlight of the day.
Right.
How important is it for you that this time next week or maybe next Tuesday or Wednesday to get to hear from Greg Penner and George Payton?
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important, and even though Greg may not be able to give us much of an update on anything, he'll get the questions, he'll answer the questions, he'll do it succinctly. I don't think he'd really reveal a whole lot. And honestly, 8 days from now or 7 days or whatever the media barbecue is going to be, it's also not going to be the case, hey, shovels are going to be in the ground. So we're not even going to get that update. So when's the next time we talk to Greg Penner publicly? Like, when's the next time we hear from Greg Penner?
End of the season would be the other opportunity, most likely.
So are we going to have to wait till the end of the season before we hear about shovels in the ground?
I mean, owners usually talk twice, beginning of the season, end of the season.
Right.
And I appreciate a couple years ago when they were in London. Remember, he took time to talk over there as well, but they don't have an international game on the schedule this year. Most of the league meetings are wrapped up. I know they've got to have that vote in late August about the sale of the Seahawks going for almost $10 billion, but I don't think anyone from Denver will be attending those meetings, at least not Denver media.
Yeah.
Of course, the franchise will be there because the Penners and the Walton Penners have to vote on it. But, yeah, I'd love to hear from Greg because not only do I want to hear about the stadium, but I would love to hear the Jonathan Cooper. I think it's perfectly in bounds to ask Greg Penner, what's your policy on this? You're the owner of the team. I get it. You're navigating this for maybe the first time. Has any other Bronco gotten arrested during Greg Penner's tenure? I'm talking out loud here, but I can't think of a high profile.
It doesn't jump to the forefront of your mind, that's for sure. This is the highest profile player that's gotten in trouble with the law.
So sort of, hey, Greg, Jonathan's in a tough legal situation. What's your philosophy on that? Mm-hmm. And just be curious to see his answer. Maybe he'll say, and he's in every right to say, hey, we're going to let the legal process play out. He's innocent until proven guilty. He's got a trial date, X amount of days down the road. We're going to see what happens. Wouldn't shock me, too, if the Broncos move on from Cooper. So between the stadium and the Cooper, and then I just like hearing from the owner about the state of the team. Expectations going into the season.
Yeah.
You know, you went 14-3. You reached the AFC title game. You would have played in the Super Bowl if your QB didn't break his ankle. What are your goals this year? Because maybe Greg Penner comes out and gives us the soundbite of the year. I want to win the Super Bowl. You know, something like that. I don't think he would say that, but based on what you were talking about, how he told Mace a year ago, we can't just go to the wild card round. We got to build on that. Well, I'd love this time around if Greg says we went to the AFC title game. That's our floor, getting back to the Final Four, and our ceiling is winning the whole thing and hoisting Lombardi and having a parade. So my point being, I hope the Broncos trot Greg Penner and George Payton out in front of the media next week.
The thing is I love the fact that expectations are that high. I love the fact that it's no let up. It's no taking your foot off the gas. It's no like last year was last year. No. Last year was just the start of this thing, and you got close, but you didn't seal the deal. You got to close escrow, baby, and that comes this year for the Broncos. Super Bowl 61 is theirs until it's not, so go get that thing, and I wouldn't mind, and in fact, I'd really appreciate, like you, if Greg just said it. Just said it. I want to win the Super Bowl this year, but I love the fact that Sean Payton, I know the morning show seems to think Sean Payton operates just without any sort of checks and balances at all because it's Sean Payton and he turned around the culture. He did. Sean did that. I'll give Sean Payton full credit, but I love the fact that he does not operate without checks and balances, and the checks and balances come from Greg Penner, and that expectation from Broncos country is matched by your owner. Your owner just isn't giving you lip service. Your owner is saying, yeah, let's go win the damn thing.
All right, this is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, plus KARS-FM Laramie. You are listening to Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Way Back Burgers. Zach and Phil be making their way in here momentarily. Cecil, if you're at that press conference, and we'll have to see how this schedule works out for you, what would your number one question to Greg Penner be if the Broncos do, in fact, make the owner of the team available before training camp kicks off?
Yeah, my number one question to Greg Penner would be the expectations for this team. I think that's the stadium will get the talk. The Cooper thing will get the talk. I'm about ball. I want to know, like, okay, can you really win it all? Do you feel like after last year falling short and running it back, maybe his philosophy, you mentioned Penner's philosophy on dealing with, players that are getting in trouble. What's his philosophy on you almost made it, but you didn't make it? Like, you got to make it, right? Like, demand. And I think there's almost a demand of, like, you have to get to the Super Bowl. You have to win the Super Bowl. And I love dealing with that as a demand, as a command from on high from Greg Penner of, like, no, just being a playoff team, that's not good enough.
Yeah.
You got to go win the division and win the whole damn thing.
All right, we welcome in Zach By and Philip Lindsay. The drive sliding in here. Fellas, I just asked Cecil. I'll ask you guys as well. We don't know this. We don't know this for a fact, but we are hoping that Greg Penner and George Payton meet the media next week. It could just be Sean Payton. We've had some fun with when it was just Sean, it was the Lucas Kroll, Cecil Lammey day. But if Greg Penner does take the podium, what would your number one question be to the owner of the Denver Broncos?
Oh, that's a fun one. It would be something stadium related, and it would be in a roundabout way. How much patience do you have for the people that you are forced to work with keeping with keeping the stadium in Denver? Because if I had to guess, there has been some behind closed doors meetings voicing frustrations of, like, I'm trying here.
Yeah.
I'm trying, and these guys can't not figure it out. And I'm the one who is trying to keep this thing in Denver and listen to the fans and provide a massive financial boon to the city of Denver in what is basically a rundown, downtrodden part of town that no one goes to.
Yeah, Stoke. He'll let you know.
Stoke.
But like, seriously, like we a lot of people didn't know Burnham Yard existed.
No.
And so that it would be something probably stadium related. You said, I was in the car, and you said you teased into a stadium update. And then you came back and you didn't pay it off. What was it? It was almost like you
learned. We paid it off either a little bit later within the next mistake because I brought up Metalhead or something like that.
Oh, that's all that did it. That threw it off. What, he learned radio from Mike Evans? Like, stay in the car and come back. I'm like, I gotta hear what the result of this is.
I'm getting critiques. I appreciate it. What the tease was, and we did eventually pay the tee off, was I love the way Kliss put it. He said there's a lot of bureaucratic headaches. So that's sort of what you're getting at
there
here
you go.
too.
Yeah.
Is bureaucratic headaches? I think is Mike Kliss's, being the top insider for the Broncos, way of saying the Walton Penner family ownership group is probably getting a little frustrated. And I think bureaucratic headaches is putting it a little PC from Kliss.
Totally. And here's the thing, guys. It's like we read an article from the Denver Post from a non-sports person, okay, that detailed this stuff needs to get ironed out in the next 2 months. 2 months is approximately 60 days. The problem is that article was written 30, 40 days ago. So that
Clock's
means
ticking.
Less than a month.
And that was to stay on time with the timeline to open the new stadium. And the opening of the new stadium is relevant because the lease on the old one will be up in the year that this one's supposed to be. They do not, like, could they continue to rent it? They could. They don't want to, and that's not the point. Deadlines are deadlines for reasons, and the Broncos have a deadline. And here you have what else is coming to the United States of America? The year that the stadium is supposed to be opened up. The Women's World Cup. They've already applied to be a host. They want this thing. I talked to someone within the Broncos, and you were there, Phil, and I'm going to keep their name out of it. I said, is the Women's World Cup on ownership's radar? And the answer was yes. Okay?
It's all about attention at this point.
So they're going to, I'm just telling you, they're going to be pissed off. If this thing isn't ready, construction takes a long time anyway. Do you guys see the news on the Summit Stadium that came out yesterday? Newsflash, it ain't going to be done in time. This is construction. So, like, the whole thing, when there was the quote in that article from the councilwoman, and her name is escaping me right now, Councilwoman Torres. Yep. She said in the Post article that came out 30, 40 days ago that the complexity of this is smacking everyone in the face. And if that was 40 days ago and you got 20 days to figure this bleep out, I'm getting fired up talking about
Look,
it.
Greg Pinner is not showing. He's listening to us right now probably. He's like, you know what, maybe we shouldn't do this press conference because if I see ZB, he's going to ask me this and I'm going to get pissed off and I'm going to let everybody know that I'm not happy on what's going on with this stadium situation.
But he's getting asked about the stadium whether Zach asks about it or not. I mean, it's number one on a lot of people's list.
He already, in the last time we heard him talk in the season-ending press conference, he voiced frustration then that the people who are involved with this, they need to get all on the same page. And so if that was then, and here we are, months later, and that Post article comes out, I'm telling you, I could only imagine, give Greg Penner a couple lattes and close the door and ask for his opinion on what's going on with the with the stadium. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm with ZB on this, man. That's exactly what I would ask Greg Penner if we get to see him. It's like, man, what in the world's going on? Obviously, being from here, I want change. I want something new. I want something big, and it can be there in the heart of Denver. The Denver Broncos, like, that's what you're looking for. And there's a lot of other people that are stopping that from happening. And my question would be, at what point do you just move on? At what point do you
just go to Lone Tree?
Just go to Lone Tree.
Dude, if I'm the Lone Tree mayor, I'm calling every 3 or 4 days. Just checking in.
Yeah, I'm calling every day.
Because the word, in the same conversation that I described earlier in the spring, where the answer to the World Cup question was yes, it is on ownership's radar, in that same conversation, the phrase plug and play was used for Lone Tree. Okay, plug and play. It was already set up for a real estate project in 2018 that fell through. It's more land. The Broncos could do more with it. It would be like, it would be even bigger. And in some people's opinion, better. That we hear a lot from the, keep it in Denver crowd. Right, and for good reason. There's more of those people, but there's also a lot of dissenting opinions on that as well that you don't hear as much from. So, and here's the thing, just to take it a step further, if they did move it to Lone Tree, if they did, I don't think it would impact the Broncos one bit. For every person that says I would give up my season tickets, there'll be
no, you wouldn't.
Three people behind you that would jump in.
Yeah,
and so we would get used to it. It's 15 minutes from where they want to do it right now, and the Bills don't play in Buffalo, and Dallas doesn't play in Dallas, and the list goes on and on and on. So, what was your guys' questions?
Well, Cecil wants to talk ball.
I just want to talk ball, but the fun thing we had today, to kind of go a little off topic a little bit, is Will doesn't like Jarrett Stidham. I don't like Jarrett Stidham.
Neither do you.
We started playing a game of like, just give us a quarterback because Jimmy Garoppolo said he's not retiring. He's looking for the right situation. I'm like, isn't that here? Eastern Illinois connection with Sean Payton.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
You have that veteran. He's a way better quarterback than Jarrett Stidham. And I'm like, if Jimmy Garoppolo's looking for the right situation, why are you not, if George Payton not calling Jimmy Garoppolo today? Like today.
So the texters had a lot of fun with it.
we
We
got
said
some
either
toss floaters.
realistic or not realistic.
Yeah, have some fun. We got some Shane Falcos.
Uncle Rico.
Uncle Rico.
Philip
Like
Lindsay, Shador Sanders.
We did. We
Basically,
got that.
we started
Yes.
naming quarterbacks that are better than Jarrett Stidham, and Philip Lindsay would check in on that later.
No,
So,
come on. It was
yeah.
a fun, it was a fun
let's not
conversation.
disrespect this man that much, right? The man has played in
They're in
20
the,
games.
They're in the disrespecting
They really
Jarrett
are.
Stidham business.
But
Both of these guys.
What's so crazy about it is, and Cecil, I'm talking to you, and when
Whoa.
Josh was there, you guys were steady for the city. You guys were so on board.
What
When
else
this
are we going
man-
to do, Phil?
No.
Oh, it's over. They suck. Jarrett
Yeah,
Stidham's
but
playing.
If you didn't feel like we were going to win, just say that.
Well, that was me, and I got yelled at, and then all those people went real quiet after the AFC title.
This man
game.
gets one opportunity in the biggest moment of his life, and now
And
we
he
wanna
wet the
put-
bed.
And he failed.
Oh my!
He fell
you go
flat
out
on
there,
his face.
You guys go out there when you've been cheerleading for the whole 17
Dude, Nick
games.
Foles went in with
Okay.
big Nick energy
Nick Foles
and
was
won the
different.
damn
And
Eagles
Nick
a Super
Foles had a
Bowl.
build-up.
Nick Foles was good.
Nick Foles had a
Phil,
build-up.
here's the issue.
He had a build-up.
Jarrett puffed his chest and told us time and time again he was the number one in the NFL. He's a starter
He
in the
should
NFL.
do that, Will. If you're
No, he
not,
shouldn't, 'cause
if
he
you're
couldn't
not-
back it up.
Look at you.
And he
already
cost
making
us
me
a
mad
shot
before
to
we
the
start
Super
the show. If you don't feel that way, why in the hell are you playing this game? If you feel like you're going to be somebody's backup, Booby's backup, okay, then why play the game?
Dante,
you
get
have
ready.
To be
He's
able to
gonna use the
advocate
dump
for
button here.
yourself.
He told us how great he was, and then he
I'm good on that.
sucked.
One game.
We need a new backup quarterback.
Sean told you how great he was. First.
Jarrett likes to tell us how great he was. Likes to tell us he backed up Tom Brady. Likes to tell us he's going to be a starter in the
better than
NFL.
Jarrett Stidham
Likes to
then?
tell us
And
that
be
he's going to
honest,
hate the
Jimmy
crap out of
Garoppolo.
Bo Nix.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy Garoppolo, he's still undecided. Like he says he wants to play, but we just don't know. Okay, and even for Jimmy G, okay, the man can't run to save his life. So you're hoping that people can stay healthy so that man can stay in the pocket like a statue like Joe Flacco. I know how Jimmy G is. I played against him. I heard about him. Okay, he is not better than Jarrett Stidham right now.
You would have been doing your show in Santa Clara if Jimmy Garoppolo had played
we
quarterback
wouldn't.
for the AFC title game.
because Jimmy G, okay, doesn't do well in the cold. That's why the New
All
England
Jarrett
Patriots
Stidham
got
had to
rid
do
of him.
was take a sack,
That's
and you win
why
7-3.
The New England Patriots got rid of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy G
There's
would
a
have
reason
taken
for
the
that.
sack, and they would have won 7-3.
All
And
Jimmy
you would have
G
gone
had
to Santa Clara.
Jimmy G just had to hit Emmanuel Sanders.
There
He's
you
been
go.
a Super Bowl champion.
There you go. You're still looking for that. He has Super Bowls, but not as a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Well, I would take Zach Wilson, too. That was another name we got a bunch. They cut the wrong guy.
So who hates? Here's a real question: who hates Stidham more, Will or Cecil?
Will's got it deeper. I'm just betrayed because I did jump on City for the City. I did. Hey, Sean said he's one of the 32 best, and there's not, and it's all wrong. It's
You
all
jumped on like
poppycock.
a crazy cold, man, and then you just jump right off.
But you love to tell me, well, you need someone who, if you need them in a pinch, they can come in and
Well,
do
I
it for
can't
you.
even talk to you right now. You
They
said
needed
Sam
Stidham
Ellinger
in
is
a
going to
pinch.
compete with Jarrett Stidham. I can't even look at you right now.
I would
You
take
said-
Sam Ellinger in the
I can't.
AFC title game over Jarrett Stidham all day, every day.
Oh man! All right. Goodness gracious, that's fun. Hey, we have talked extensively about the Nuggets and Avs championship windows, but what about the Broncos? The age of the team says the